Hello, everybody. Ares. Oh, shit, actually. That's true. Ares... No, wait, he's getting confused because he thinks... Because I'm putting on headphones. It's time to feed him. How's it going, everybody? That's a bit loud on my end. Alright. Just in time, baby! I'm starting to get worried I was going to have to just stream to nobody for a little while. But it would have been fine. I was actually more worried, though, that people would miss it. That's all. Sorry, I had to get to something on Discord. One quick second. Sorry, had to sneeze. Killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits. It still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. I'm thinking this might be Celeste. You, go away. It's not time to eat. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. Too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard. And I never felt that unease. Not even once. It made me think it made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. Maybe I am. But the time I spent with... Yeah, it's definitely Celeste. But the time I spent with you has filled me with more happiness than I could ever dreamed of. And instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling I've never felt before. For the record, everybody, we are going until 12 o'clock, or either 11 o'clock or the end of the case. Whichever one comes last. So if the case doesn't end until 12:30, we're going until 12:30. But if the case ends at, let's just say the case ends at 10:45, then we'll do something for the last 45 minutes. Or, you know what I mean. Whenever I saw that light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling I'd never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you. Just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you even see in someone like me? Hey, he said the thing. Roll credits and all that shit. Tyrion? You still haven't gotten out of bed yet. Almost noon. I think I just want to rest today. You've been saying that for the last 10 days. Someone's actually here to see you. You should really get out of bed. Is it Timora? No. Still not really in the mood. Can you just send them away? That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time. You'll win? As the prosecutor enters your room, you immediately leap out of your bed. You tried futilely to clean your unkempt hair, but you're just making it worse. Tyrion, pants! Right, sorry. We'll give you some time to ready yourself. I knew he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. You know, I'm really worried about him. I empathize with this situation, but it's been a month already. Jesus, I thought it was 10 days. Okay, so it's been a month since the last trial, and Eris has not fucked up everything? Have you tried speaking with him? He has opened up to you before. I did, but I think he's really broken up over what happened with Ruby. He's basically the closest thing he had to family. I see. Perhaps he just needs more time. After taking some time to make yourself presentable, you exit your room to greet the prosecutor properly. Sorry about that. No, I suppose the fault is mine. I shouldn't have intruded. Anyway, what brings you here? Oh, we just... Are you doing well, Mr. Cuthbert? You seem... I'm fine. I just couldn't help but notice your absence. You haven't taken any of the clients since Beatrice's trial. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even sure if I want to be a defense attorney anymore. I spent my whole life training to be one, but I was only doing it because someone else told me to. Did you not enjoy it? You are very skilled at it. I don't know. I've been trying to take some time to think about everything, but you still haven't found any answers. Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? Your time as my stand-in made it clear you have the ability to. Prosecutor? You'd have never considered that a year ago. God, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I keep clearing my throat. I just have a frog in my throat. Quick second. There we go, that's better. Just wanted to make sure I cleared my throat real good and not directly into y'all's ears. I don't think so, hun. I think it's just the past 10 days has been crashing even harder where he can't even get out of bed. But you understand now. There are criminals who need to be brought to justice. And despite how difficult she is to face, Steelwood never engages in outright corruption like the other prosecutors of the Crown. If you follow her example, you could fight injustice that way. But even if you did that, you'd just be following someone else's footsteps. Just like before. I'll think about it. Please do. At this point, I could use all the help I could find. What do you mean by that? Okay, just we're not gonna ask. Have your injuries been healing well? Yes. Nightgrave's skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I am glad I introduced him to House I'm not even gonna... Asaliptus? Well, I mean... Oh my god, 1 second. I swear to God. Oh, right. Wait, why? That was just my alarm. Asaliptus, you think? Yeah, I can see it. Asalipsis? Asalipsis specializes in the study of necromancy. After Nightgrave's expulsion from the Academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. Right. He mentioned that he owed you a favor. It was only logical. It would be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity. You're glad Wallace was able to continue his studies. He clearly wants to use his talents to better society. He's definitely in a better place than you are right now. Even so, should you be moving around like this, you should take some time off to recover. As much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately. Of fucking course. Hey, Jay! How'd the homework go? Mage blight? You recall hearing about that many times. If a mage exceeds their stamina by overusing their magic, it starts to afflict their mind and sends them into a violent frenzy. Yeah, I'm not buying that anymore. I think that's 100% Eris. To make matters worse, the nobility has been trying to suppress information about these incidents. Right, not a good look whenever a mage goes on a murderous rampage. I mean, if I recall, that's not that bad. It's been a long time since I've done math, but correct me if I'm wrong, don't you just combine the fraction? No. You bring the fractions to the common denominator and then multiply them from there, if I recall. I was actually surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. They're definitely going to send someone after him, and he really can't take care of himself right now. Celeste, your thoughts are leaking. Hey, get out of my head! What? It's nothing. I am surprised, though. Not many people slate the Eye Taker and live. He's known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. We're hoping he's laying low after his plan with Beatrice fell through. It does match the reports I've read. Supposedly, he's been absent from many of his enterprises. Either way, you're not looking forward to dealing with him. Bad enough you're already on the nobility's bad side. One thing I will say that kind of annoys me about the game, and this is a incredibly minor gripe, is you can use space to continue dialogue, but you can't use it to select any options, and that's kind of annoying. By the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Do you want to put it with the rest? Right. Have you spoken with her since the trial? I see. That does explain her recent mood. Right, you two probably see each other a lot. I've prosecuted a few of her clients recently, but it's clear she's not nearly as threatening as before. Could we talk about something else? Of course. My apologies. Oh, the tea's ready! Oh, thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Right, I was totally making it for you guys. She walks to the cabinet in your kitchen, and she takes out 2 more cups. You guys better enjoy this. These are my last bags of... What? As she walks over to you, she slips on a scroll case you left on the floor. She regains her balance, but the teacups slip out of her hand. The boiling liquid is airborne and heading right to your face. Figakwa! Celeste immediately reacts and points her index finger at the tea. Her magic takes hold, and the tea freezes just inches from your face. She breathes a sigh of relief and brings the tea back into their cups. You really need to clean this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid. Right, sorry about that. That was shaped liquid, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, I never expected you to... I know, but it's just too convenient not to have. She really opened her mind about learning new spells. You remember when you first met her. Back then, she only knew how to cast Mage Blade. She hated magic back then. You never imagined how diverse her repertoire would become. Another visitor? I'm already up. I'll check it. Well, whoever they are, I'm not giving up any more of my lotus tea. You open the door and don't see anyone, but there's a letter in your mailbox. Take a closer look at the envelope. It's sealed with candle wax. There's a crest on it. It's the insignia of House Pierce. You quickly open the letter and read it. Despite supposedly being written by a noble, the paper has been torn in half, but the message is clear. I hope you understand. I never would have contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information for you. In exchange, you will grant my freedom. Meet me in the private prayer room in the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate, or else. What? Why? Fuck you. We don't need to know McCoy's parentage. Hey, Viper! If he thinks for a second we'd even think of helping him. I know how you feel, but aren't these the answers you've been looking for? I don't care. We're not gonna help him. It was never an option, but there's clearly more to this. I agree. How was he able to figure out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage. What? Why didn't you say anything? Sorry, but I didn't want to raise your hopes. And I was apparently right to do so. I couldn't find any information regarding your birth. So if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to? House Pierce is low on the political hierarchy. He doesn't have access to the resources I do. He does own the land the McCoy Tavern is on. But frankly, this whole situation is quite suspect. Why would he ask for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it'd be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal. He must be desperate. His execution is scheduled for next month, after all. It's possible he reached out to Timora as well. Still, I can't believe he'd set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral today of all days. Why? What's happening there? I'm sorry, but it's not my place to tell you. Arya, can I talk with Tyrion alone for a minute? Of course. You have much to discuss. I actually have business at the cathedral today. I can't believe he'd use that as an opportunity. I'll be taking my leave. Oh yeah, it was getting nuts, and so that's why I 100% want to make sure we're wrapped up, even if Eris is trying to eat my toe. Piss off. I'm sorry. I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you. We should meet with him. What? We're not going to help him, obviously. But I have an idea. He's probably really scared of his execution, right? And he's desperate enough to ask you for help. Suppose that's true. So, think about how stressed he'd be if you showed up and refused to help him. I could use the Eye of Horus on him. We can get the info we need without having to give him anything. Are you really okay with this? You'll have to see him again. Yeah, I'll manage. And it'll be worth it if I can get the answers I'm looking for. You've already gotten her hopes up, but there's no guarantee he actually knows the truth. He could just be bluffing to get you to help him. But if he does know, you just can't ignore this. You need to verify his claims yourself. Woo! Man, when people make a church to me, they're doing it right. So this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. You never been here before? I thought you spent a lot of time in Rathome. The Church of Bahamut wasn't that popular in my hometown, and I've never been the religious type. What about you? Never really caught with me. And apparently my roots are more celestial than draconic. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He certainly has the looks for it. Your thoughts are leaking again. Can you stop? I can't exactly turn it off, you know. Do those mental exercises I taught you. The rubber baby buggy bumper, rubber baby buggy bumper, rubber baby buggy bumper. As you approach the Grand Cathedral, you see yeah, of course, it's Arya's wedding today. You see a large blockade guarded by legions of the King's Guard. It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on? You recall Steelwind mentioning she was heading here as well. The nobility must be using the cathedral grounds for something. It might explain why Pierce wanted to meet you here. Probably secluded from prying eyes today. Tyrion Cuthbert. As you approach the blockade, one of the knights notices you. He glances at you and Celeste. We've been expecting you. I see. You exchange glances with Celeste, but you both enter the cathedral grounds. The main building is massive, yet mostly empty. You only see a few people within, and most of them are quite familiar. You spot Leith and Miriam as you head further into the room. They both avoid eye contact with you, but it doesn't seem purely out of resentment. As soon as they see you, they move their conversation elsewhere. It's clear they still have mixed feelings about how you convicted their sister. In another corner of the room, you spot Lloyd von Sanctus speaking with another individual. She seems to be someone of equal social standing. She's new. Wait, don't tell me she's Eris. I don't recall what Eris looked like in her real form. You feel like you've seen her somewhere before, but you can't quite remember where. As soon as you enter the room, von Sanctus flashes a quick look of disdain at you. You see him slowly move his conversation out of the room as well. And finally, you see Lucio Steelwind speaking with his daughter. And along with the two princes. They seem to be speaking with another individual you haven't met before. I'm gonna bet that's the king. When he notices you, his gaze narrows, and he stares at the two of you warily. Aster especially seems surprised to see you here. He and Lucio ask the prosecutor something, but you can't quite hear the conversation. When she responds, Aster raises his eyebrows, and Lucio's expression darkens. Hey, quiet! Glad to have you. We're wrapping up this game today. I do not care how long it takes. That's why I wanted to start a little early today. What's going on here? Also, it's a good test to see, kind of test the waters on... I've been debating shifting my whole schedule back an hour, starting at 8 and ending at 11, because the reason I don't stream on Thursday or Friday is because Felania, who you people have seen in chat here, is one of my big inspirations on streaming. She's really great. She really is. Absolutely hilarious. Hell, she's also my inspiration for editing. I don't want to step on her toes by taking up her time slot, which is 11 at night till whenever she decides to stop, Thursday to Sunday. So I was thinking maybe shifting my schedule back 8 to 11 so that way I can stream pretty much any day of the week and not step on her toes. So this kind of works as a bit of a test run for that, and it gives us extra time to finish the game just in case the case goes long. This is a little awkward. Yeah. But we have some time before our meeting with Pierce. You want to do some sightseeing? Oh, are you asking me out? We are literally already out. Sure, why not? I picked up this map from the entrance. We can use it to navigate through the area. Now, I'm also a little interested in what all these nobles are doing here. It is strange. Maybe someone could tell you more. I mean, how stupid are we? It's clear it's marriage. I mean, why else would the Kingsguard, the Crown Prince, and his fiancée all be at a cathedral and just pissed with guards? I think I saw Arya over there. We should go say hi. As you approach the group, the Grand General and the unnamed nobles stare at the two of you. Hello? The nobleman looks at you and then Celeste. He silently scans the two of you. It's as if he's trying to read something. He then walks away without a word. Rude? And at this point, I'm kind of used to it. Mr. Cuthbert and Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here. What? I thought you were the one who invited them. Sad to say I didn't. Although I am happy to see you two nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today? We were actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him. None of the people here are allowed to invite guests. Why didn't the guards stop you? Oh, they said they were expecting us. What? It was Lord Pierce who invited them. Pierce! That little... And to think I granted his request for temporary release. I'm sure he meant no disrespect by it. He probably had his reasons. How can you say that? This is the day of your... Yeah, exactly, day of the wedding. He stops himself mid-sentence and clears his throat. Make no mistake, even if he is a dead man, I will have words with him about this. How's it going, Aster? I had to ask, what are all these nobles gathered here? You taking the entire Grand Cathedral over? As you ask that question, everyone seems to tense up. The prosecutor awkwardly looks at the two princes. Prince Alaric avoids eye contact with everyone and stares at the ground. I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety. I see. It's a little strange, but you can read the room. Crying ain't the best thing to do right now. Yeah, like, I wish I could just hit 2 and go to talk, but... You said that Lord Pierce invited you here. For what reason? I can't really tell you that. You will tell us if it poses the threat to the nobles in attendance. But please, Lord Sealwind, there's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do anything to put anyone's life in danger. As you wish, your Majesty. Is this the reason why Pierce asked for temporary release? Interesting. So Pierce was temporarily released to attend whatever this is. He could have met with you in his cell, but perhaps he wanted to be away from prying eyes. Lady Sealwind, Your Majesty, the High Speaker is ready to speak with you. Wonderful! I've been looking forward to this all day. Shall we go together, Miss Steelwind? Yes, Your Majesty. She would like to accompany you. Wonderful! We shouldn't keep him waiting. Okay. Scaled Lord, how does she plan to marry him if she can't even speak properly in his presence? Honestly. I also have something important to do. Good day to you, commoners. He's going towards the washrooms. I'll be taking my leave as well. But make no mistake, my men will be keeping an eye on you two. Everyone's left the room now. Maybe we should move somewhere else. Oh, what are you doing here? Did you follow us? Not intentionally. Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today. Hush now, Von Sanctus. If they are here by chance, it is because the cosmic balance wills it so. Oh, this again. Sorry, I don't think we met. I am Coraline Sybil, Lady of House of Sybil. So this is the house of the head of the Fourth Pillar family. She's not quite what you were expecting. Between her, Lucio, Lloyd, and William, she definitely seems the most agreeable, and yet the least sane. For better or worse, you've already gotten to know the other Pillar families decently well. It might benefit you to learn more about her. So, you're the leader of House Sybil. What does your family do exactly? How are you this ignorant? Each of the 4 pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of the kingdom's government. She's 38?! The game's been pretty good about avoiding the actually 200 years old trope, but My girl here looks like 13. House Steelwind oversees natural defense and law enforcement. House Freyga oversees economic development and finances. House Von Sanctus handles commerce, both local and international. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches. So she's your boss. That would mean you're responsible for our kingdom's justice system. This is correct. Oh, wonderful. Here we go. Yeah, pretty much. Lady Sybil, are you aware of the rampant corruption happening within your justice system? I suppose it's only inevitable you would see it that way. Am I wrong? I've been involved in plenty of court cases, and it's very obvious. That's a good point, hon. All your courts care about is closing cases as quickly as possible. The system's corrupt to its core. The courts don't even try and hide it half the time. Yet you prevailed against this so-called corruption in each and every one of your cases. Only against every conceivable odd. And I can't be everywhere. You have any idea how many commoners are falsely convicted every day? If they are convicted under my system, it is only because the cosmic balance deems it so. What are you even talking about? The cosmic balance is the natural order of things. Under it, the guilty are punished while the innocent are protected. So she's effectively saying, you know what? It's fine the court system's corrupt. I mean, karma wills it. Ugh. Also, to be fair, hun, all of the nobles are magic. That's the big plot point, that only nobility has magic. Well, mostly. And yet, when a noble commits a crime, they need only wave their influence to escape any consequences, all while their victims are forced to suffer in silence. Or worse, an innocent commoner is framed for the crime. Regardless of your personal feelings, our kingdom needs the nobility to govern the people. If they were held to the same standards as commoners, our society would surely collapse. You take back what you said about her being most agreeable. I mean, she could still be the most agreeable, while still being an absolute... So you think nobles like Pierce and Von Sanctus should just be allowed to get away with murder? Are you still sore about that? I'm sure you realized it by now. I've more than paid for what happened with Jason Wynn. His name was Justin Way. And if you're truly paying for your crimes, you'd be in prison right now. Von Sanctus made a mistake, but by removing him from his position would only cause more suffering. Our government is barely recovering from the death of William Freyga. Wyvern can't suffer the loss of another house leader this close to that. The way I see it, I think you nobles overstate your importance in our lives. So, I'm not a monarchist. I'm very much against the idea of having an absolute royalty. But at the same time, I can see where monarchists are coming from. There is something to be said about being able to surrender ourselves to nobles. Choosing an upper class that benefits by taking care of us all, you know? The problem is, we're humans, and humans are scum. So, if you give any person pure power, it's gonna go bad, you know? Especially if that power is hereditary. We'd probably be fine without you. And I suppose you commoners are capable of coordinating macroeconomic initiatives. Oh, and I suppose you're also capable of engaging in diplomacy with the other nations. Face it, as much as you are loath to admit it, ours is a symbiotic relationship. And Sanctus kind of has a point. If you have a noble class, you can literally say, alright, hey, little Jimmy, you are from the royal family. You're from the noble family. Your life is now about diplomacy. You need to learn this. And you gain no benefit from it other than your country not going down in flames. But you're trained for your life for it. Rather than, you know, modern systems. Not just Americans, but modern systems where it's more... Anybody can do it. Yeah, there's some systems where it's a little more caste-based, and I'm not getting into the deep politics of it, but there is a, like, I can see the case for noble families and shit like that. More like a parasitic relationship. So what? The common folk should... So what? The common folk should just continue to suffer for the good of our nation? Lady Sybil, the people of your kingdom claim to be protecting are suffering because of your inactions. My inaction? You place the blame on me, but what have you done? You were once a champion of your so-called justice, but you stopped your work as a defense attorney. How many lives could you save in the month you spent on vacation? It's not his responsibility to solve your mess. You've no idea how much he suffered trying to do the right thing. Celeste. Perhaps you're right. He shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone. But every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do. Hey, Avalanche! We haven't really gotten to anything super interesting yet, other than screaming at how stupid some of the characters are. And some discussion on, is nobility actually worth a damn, even in the modern era? But every commoner... Yeah. So why are you one of the few commoners that do so? From what I've heard, you're one of the few people who defend the mages from the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk, then. They are fully capable of rising to defend the so-called innocent, yet they do nothing. Never mind, this was clearly a mistake. Let's go, Celeste. Yeah. Finally! Thank the Scaled Lord! Get fucked. You okay? Yeah, I guess I should have expected that. Never expected with someone with so much power to be so out of touch with reality. Have you not met the rest of the ruling class? Come on, let's go somewhere else. We still have some time before the meeting. Okay. Knave. What? Why does the Pegasus have a party hat? You find yourself in the Grand Cathedral's garden and stumble upon a strange statue. Wow, that's a little out of place. What even is it? If my memory is correct, it is a Pegasus. Hello, friend! As you inspect the contemporary piece of artwork, you're startled by a familiar voice. And it looks like you! Along with Eris, she seems to be accompanied by both of her sisters. Beatrice, aren't you supposed to be dead? Sorry, I wasn't trying to... No, it's perfectly understandable. You of all people know what was on my blood contract. It appears the Lady of Discord isn't going to kill me just yet. I didn't see that change. Hold on, I'm going to the footage. Am I blind? I didn't see that change. I'm going to the footage on that one. I gotta know. No. Yeah, what the hell? Go back. I wonder if that was supposed to change, or... Here, you of all people know what was on my blood contract, but it appears the Lady of Discord isn't going to use me. Yeah, you're right, hon. It was use me. Do you really have to do... Hey! Someone's aware of it! What? Never mind. Right. It's a little awkward speaking to the Frege sisters after everything that's happened. But they don't seem hostile. All things considered, you preferred their company over Sybil's. Although, you're still not sure how you feel speaking with a murderer, especially one that you indicted. And Beatrice clearly knows more about demons and their kind than you do. You wonder if she knows anything about the Heavensborn. So, you seem to be doing well, all things considered. You mean how Demon now has ownership of my soul? Yeah, that. How can you be so calm about this? Oh, wrong one. How can you be so calm about this? I must agree with Miriam. It's a little unnerving how nonchalantly you're treating this. I suppose it's the knowledge that everything is out of my hands now. There's something peaceful about it. That's certainly a positive way to look at it. You know, my offer still stands. I can try and help you. At the risk of your own life? Which part of the contract would you dispute anyways? The Divine Edict made you aware of every element of her blood contract. There's very little room for interpretation. It was airtight. The demon I signed the contract with is very meticulous about the details. I spent the last 5 years looking for any loopholes, but I didn't find anything substantial that I could use. I don't even think disputing it is possible. Sorry. Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity. Hey, bitch! I feel like we've always ended up meeting randomly like this, Eris. What brings you here? I requested to accompany Beatrice to this, event. After all, I don't have many opportunities to enter a church like this. I can imagine. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. That seems too good to be true. How'd you pull something like that off? He may look like a hardened criminal, but he's always had a soft spot for his family. He also owed me, and I have a way of making people see things my way. She's right about that. Wait, if you're here, does that mean that Maranoth is also... Oh, heavens no! There's no way they'd let me bring him here, of all places. I left him at the entrance with the King's Guard. If he tries to escape, that knight over there is ordered to kill me. She gestured towards a knight that's silently watching the sisters from afar. You're surprisingly calm about this. Please, I regularly deal with demons. This is nothing compared to that. You really haven't changed. Suppose not. Wait, does that mean you can't see right now? How'd you know which statue I was looking at? It was a lucky guess. That grotesque statue certainly makes an impression on you. Oh, Maranoth just spoke with me. He wanted to let you know he could smell your celestial stink from the entrance. Love you too, Maranoth. Oh, wow. I probably shouldn't repeat his response to that. By the way, you seem to know a lot more about these things than I do. What exactly is a Heavensborn? You seriously not know? But you know how to issue a divine edict. That's a very advanced technique. It sorta came to me in the moment. What? Anyway, I'm quite surprised you don't know about your lineage. Maybe my mother knew, but I lost her when I was really young. Fuck you! I don't like that smile! See, you have my condolences. But to answer your question, a Heavensborn is a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods. Or, off-brand Azamar. You mean like the Scaled Lord? No, I'm speaking of the actual gods. Beatrice, you can't say that here. Oh, come off it. What's the church gonna do? Arrest me? Anyway, your bloodline has been touched by the Celestials of the upper planes. Much like my soul is bound to the abyssal hells, your soul is consecrated and tied to the heavens. The heavens? Is that why you're able to use the Eye of Horus? Is it some sort of angelic power? Make no mistake, though. If you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you can be sent to hell. Ares, it's 20 more minutes, you fat bastard. You're not gonna like it when I have a door to put in front of you, are you? No, you're not. Come here. Oh boy. Now piss off. The Church of Bahamut is prominent in Wyverngard, but this is the first time I've heard of the Celestial Gods. That makes sense. It's probably because of Wyverngard's bloody history with the theocracy of Lumina. I know it's just a coincidence. Lumina, Sword of Luminescence. So, oh yeah, we've seen it, Avalanche. Bahamut and Bahamut, the Scaled Lord. But now we have Bahamut versus Brave Fencer Musashi. The all-you-can-eat kingdom. Let's go. Platinum Lord be praised. The theocracy? Aren't they the nation east of us? Yeah, the Luminites worship the celestial gods, while our people worship the ancient dragons. And we know which one's better. A few centuries ago, our nation was locked in a bitter war with the Luminites. Even now, the Crown sees celestial religions as a threat to our draconic culture. The Church has done its best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials. I see. But if your bloodline is blessed by the Celestials, does that mean our kids would also be Heavensborn? I suppose so. I think my mother was also... Wait, what did you just say? Your kids! I asked if your kids would be Heavensborn. Smooth. Smooth as sandpaper. Oh, I must have misheard you then. Wow. If only you were always this easy to lie to. Anyway, I'm a little curious about the Theocracy Illumina. Subtle as a stone brick through a window. If they worship Celestials there, would I find other Heavensborn there? Heavensborn aren't that common there, either. Frankly, I'm surprised there's even one Heavensborn living in Wyverngard. How'd your bloodline even find its way here? I don't really know. My mother never told me much about our ancestry. That makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew what you were, they would have definitely and rightfully hunted you down. Great. The last thing you need is another faction that wants to kill you. Anyway, traveling to an out of Wyverngard is technically illegal, and I doubt Lord Steelwind would make an exemption for you. After all, House Steelwind was essentially founded by veterans of the Great Luminite War. Veteran? Vet? Oh no. No! I hate the vet! I'm not going! You'll never take me alive! You watch his tracker frantically runs through the garden, barking loudly. Leaf chases after him as he runs toward a passing knight. I should probably go help her. It's almost 2 p.m. anyway. Should head to the prayer room. Thank you for answering my questions, Beatrice. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help with your situation. Of course. Let's go, Celeste. Right! I wanted to... There we go. Try not to look so down. It's almost time for the main event. Why did you bring me here? Oh, who knows? Whatever you're planning to make me do, please. Please don't make me harm my sisters. You're in no position to make demands. You'll just have to see for yourself. Stay safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Hey! Not good you've been sleeping like garbage, but... Okay, hold on. Let me... Alright, one more. This statue, I can only feel its suffering. What? Its face is contorted into an expression of pure agony. It screams out in terror, yet no one can hear its pleas for mercy. Someone ignorant of its place has placed some sort of vain party hat upon its head. It's as if they are mocking its torment, like some kind of demon torturing a poor soul in the fields of Avernus. What are you even saying? Sorry, I need to take a moment to think about what I've just witnessed here. We all should. Alright, Tyrion, you go do that.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay. Yo? Are you ready? Yeah. At least, I hope so. Comes too much for you. Don't hesitate to leave. Only need a few moments to look into his mind. No, I'm the one who asked you to do this. And you're not gonna leave you. I'm not gonna leave you alone with him. Alright, that's what you want. Tyrion? Yeah? Thank you for doing this. It really means a lot to me. Just to finally give you the answers you've been looking for. Not just that. You've done so much for me since I met you. You got me acquitted. You helped me work through my grief for my dad. Feels like I can never repay that. What are you talking about? For the past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you. I genuinely don't know what I'd do if you weren't a part of my life. I should tell him. Tell me what? Get out of my head! You're really bad at guarding your mind. You know you can tell me anything, right? Oh, hi, Arya. Arya? How long have you been standing there? Well, I knew you'd be here around this time. I wanted to wish you luck. But then you two seem to be in the middle of, something. I don't want to interrupt. Don't stop on my account. I'll just get out of your way. As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of her pocket. Oh, Arya, you dropped your runestone. As Celeste picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but Arya quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it. No. Oh, I see. Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. Good luck. Party really wants to know what she saw. But one of you has to exercise some self-restraint. Did she have, images of Aster, I wonder? Anyway, let's go meet with him. Yeah, let's do this. I can tell him after. No. I forgot this guy. I'm gonna, let's see. Looking at him, I get smug up his own ass. And the hair flip. You finally arrived. Suppose this means you've decided... Wait, you two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you two. What? I don't like this. So, the final act begins. I've been waiting for this. What the hell are you doing? Have you gone mad? No, what are you doing? Stop! Oh. Lady Steelwind, what are you... Is this also the will of the Cosmic Bout? Is Eris just cutting the head off a snake? Into the water. Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce. You are the last person I would give this information to. He's getting more and more stressed. Just a little more and you'll... As you interrogate him, you suddenly hear a loud crash outside the room. What was that? I'm gonna go take a look and see what's going on. What? Are you just gonna leave us here? He's right. We don't know what's going on. We should stay together. Don't worry. There are 2 guards outside. They're from the King's Guard. You'll be fine. That's not what I'm worried about. But I trust your judgment. What? It's been almost 10 minutes since Celeste went to investigate the noise. Pierce seems extremely on edge. He's sitting on one of the tables and impatiently tapping its surface with his finger. So, you never intended to send that letter to me. Who did you send it to, then? Oh, as if I would ever tell you that! Luckily for you, he should have accumulated enough stress by now. What? What are you looking at me like that? And if I wasn't the intended recipient, you said you knew who Celeste's biological parents were. Who are they? Are you seriously focused on that now? It's far too important. It's my only bargaining chip. Not bad, Ranter. Answer the question, Pierce. What was that? Somina. Sleep. What is... A blue luminous vapor enters the room. As soon as it makes contact with you, you feel extremely fatigued. Damn it, it's a sleep spell. I miscalculated. No, if they got here, that means less. You try your hardest to stay conscious, but the spell is too powerful. You feel your body slowly dropping to the ground. Beatrice? We getting good. Oh, we already have a body. Tyrion! What? Celeste? Tyrion, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. Should have never left you alone with him. Hey, it's okay. Tears are streaming down her eyes. She was clearly worried about you. You try your best to comfort her as you look around the room. What happened? How long were you knocked out? As you look around, you see several other people with you. Commander White is leading a group of knights. They all have their weapons drawn and pointed at someone. It's Prosecutor Steelwind? Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation. Look, Your Majesty, I get where you're coming from. When the witnesses have told us, it has to be a case of mage blight. You look around the room and see the pool of blood at the end of one of the tables. Celeste? Where's Pierce? Tyrion? I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but Garrick Pierce is dead. What? We're honestly surprised you're okay. But who? You look at the knights who all have their weapons pointed at the prosecutor. Wait a minute. You think Steelwind did this? It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. Not to mention a bunch of the Kingsguard have gone comatose. Comatose? I don't want to believe it, but several people saw Steelwind acting off at the scene of each of the murders. He also found her unconscious here. And Pierce's body was lying next to her. No, it wasn't her. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's the one that knocked us out. Beatrice! What the hell is going on? Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field. What? I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now. What are you talking about? Now is not the time. Do it, Commander. Right. So I think so far Eris controlled her into doing it. Damn it, what happened? I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert, but we should make sure you're okay. Yeah, there's a necromancer in the nave. I have a point. I have no idea what happened while you were asleep. You follow their suggestion, but not before making a note of the current time. 3:12 p.m. Dude. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, except... What? What's wrong with him? If you would let me finish... There appears to be a trace of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert. Necromancy? It's probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you? Oh, right. I used healing magic on him when I found him unconscious. How do you have healing magic? I expected as much, but it never hurts to make sure. Anyway, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Quite healthy. Should be fine to go about your business, but please speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary. Thank you. I am Lord Lazarus Ascleptus, of House Ascleptus. No thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot. Apprentice? Wallace Nightgrave. I believe he was one of your clients a few months ago. Oh, right. Steelwind did mention she introduced you to. Speaking of Steelwind, I really find it hard to believe she did this. Mr. Cuthbert, Mage Blight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of a person they were. Violent behavior is almost always the result of the delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but the mages have to be held responsible when cases like this happen. For the record, the voice I'm going for with this guy... Oh, undoubtedly. But I thought that they could only learn in their own art. That's why I'm a little thrown off, that's all. But I'm going for a kind of a androgynous voice for him. Like one that you could go with male or female. Unless someone's framing her. Tyrion, I fought her. What? You remember back when we heard that weird sound? I went outside to see what was going on. I saw her outside, and the guards were all unconscious. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me. What was her emotional state like? Oh, well, she was pretty cold and emotionless. It almost looked like she was sleepwalking. That's actually pretty strange. What do you mean? When someone is afflicted by Mage Blight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis. Psychotic episodes like that raise the afflicted magic's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end up in violence. If she was afflicted by Mage Blight, she shouldn't have looked anywhere near as calm as you're describing. You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert. What you're saying is true. There has to be more to this. You're planning to defend her, aren't you? At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened. I feel like there's more to this than we're seeing. But you saw her, right? We saw, yeah. She wanted them to arrest her. Right. So she thought she was a danger to others. Regardless of what really happened, she clearly believes she was responsible for this. There's no way she'd do something like this. Something else is happening here, and you will get to the bottom of it. You're not sure where each of the murders occurred, but the Inquisition should be able to tell you more about that. You also need to speak with Steelwind. She really was afflicted by Mage Blight. She should be able to remember what may have caused it. But anyway, the prayer room is the room you're most familiar with. You'll probably want to start there. Alright, I'm gonna have to go feed the cats real quick. I'll just leave you with this music. Won't take me but 4 or 5 minutes. So, or not even that. 2-3 minutes. So, I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna officially go on break. Enjoy the music. Yes, you heard me. Food time. Station. Go. Go on. Station. Go. Good. Sit. Good. Gotta love how me and Mappy actually managed to train the cats for dinner. All right, back to prayer room. You arrive at the prayer room, and it's now swarming with knights from the Inquisition. You find yourself staring at the chalk outline of where Pierce's body once was. You can't help but feel a little uneasy. You'd been to plenty of crime scenes before, but even if you were unconscious, you were here when the murder happened. It's a little unnerving how close you came to death. I don't know why my throat's so froggy today. Are you okay? Yeah. But now's not the time for an existential crisis. Steelwind's future counts on you figuring out what happened. You still know what happened after you fell unconscious. The Inquisition believes that Steelwind broke into this room, knocked you and Pierce out, then killed him. But you remember it clearly. You saw Beatrice before you lost consciousness. It might be. I mean, I am... Fuck Eris. There's more at play here than you realize. Celeste also fought Steelwind after Beatrice knocked you out. Perhaps she can tell you more about how she was acting. First things first.
Arcanum.
Ow! Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. It's all over the area around his body. Interesting. The murderer wounded him using a transmutation spell? There's conjuration magic all over the room. Must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell. There's a trace of necromancy on the ground here. It's probably from where I tried to heal you. Chalk outline, sitting against the altar when he died, fatal wound from the chest. Well, let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside and you went to investigate. Tell me more about your fight with Steelwind. What was she like? Well, she wasn't her usual self. It was like she was in some kind of daze. I noticed it even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. Oh yeah, and she didn't even respond when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me. What Lord Ascliptus said, she should have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mage Play. It's possible you fought someone disguised as her. I guess that's possible. Whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful. Several members of the Four Pillar families were assembled here. Could have been one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral was closed from the public for whatever was happening here. They probably had a list of everyone who's present here when the murders happened. Means whoever did this was one of the nobles that was here today. Sucks that we know who it is. Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. Oh. But if you did see her, did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste? Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive. I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Are you really strong? I've never even seen you break a sweat in a fight before. Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It was mainly her magic. I never fought someone with spells that powerful before. She didn't hurt you, did she? No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized she couldn't beat me. She just ran past me and into the prayer room. So her real target was Pierce. But why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce? No. When I arrived at the prayer room, I saw you and Steelwind unconscious on the ground, and Pierce was already dead. Assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere. No, she wasn't here when I arrived. How did she leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing? She turned invisible? Get our timeline. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. We interrogated Pierce for about a half hour. So we heard that commotion outside. You went to investigate. Right. And I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelwind before she pushed past you? We definitely fought for a while. It must have been at least 20 minutes? After that, she gave up on fighting me and ran into the prayer room. Which means that Beatrice somehow got into the room during your fight. We discussed why my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind. You regained consciousness at 3:12 p.m., which means you were knocked out for more than 40 minutes. 1 second. There's still a lot of unknowns about what happened. I realized I forgot to lock the door, and my paranoid ass can't have that. You'll need all the pieces if you want to put this puzzle together. Anyway, it looks like you found everything you can here. You should move and take a closer look at the other crime scenes. Holy shit! She really wanted him dead. You retrace your footsteps and find the common room. This is the last place you saw Von Sanctus and Sybil before everything happened. You look around and see most of the room has been entirely scorched. You can still smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the air. What happened here? Is there some kind of fire? Yeah, I think the perp lit a fire using magic. As you enter the room, Commander White approaches you. He seems to be accompanied by the typical Legion of Knights. Commander White? Hey, kid. You investigating what happened too? Something like that. We just want to figure out what really happened. You and me both. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. I'll be honest, I could really use your help in trying to figure this out. Honestly, you're not sure who you can trust at this point, but the commander is leading the investigation, and he's bound to have information that'll be useful to you. Ugh, this whole situation's a damn mess. Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? We only had the basic stuff so far, and we've only just received the autopsy reports. Still pretty useful. You have copies of them? Sure, knock yourselves out. Alright, what do we got? So, Pierce, cause of death was blood loss, shard of frozen liquid stabbed through his heart. Transmutation magic and conjuration magic in the room. So, died like he murdered her father. Cause of death, suffocation. Suffocation? That's interesting. Her body was found floating in the lake outside the cathedral. Traces of transmutation, evocation, and necromancy. Died at 2:18 p.m. And he died at 2:05 p.m. Suffocation, fire in the commie room, burnt the body too much to discern any specific wounds. However, a small trace of evocation magic and a burn mark were found on the victim's left shoulder. Yeah. That's... The time discrepancy is really tight. And then you also got to factor in the 20 minutes that she fought... Celeste. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? Sorry, I didn't mean to... No, it's okay. It's still strange, though. Why would the murderer kill Pierce using such a convoluted method? If Steelwind was really affected by Mage Blight, she wouldn't have done something like that. It's true. Already we have a quick, Anyway, the times of death are also seen to tell a story. If we look at the reports, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce in that order. That's our working theory, too. If we look at this map, we can see where the prayer room and the common room are. Lady Sybil's body was found in the lake west of here. But since the Grand Cathedral is built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in a short amount of time. So that raises my next question. How did Sybil's body end up in the lake? Obviously, through her from the balcony. It was built on a cliff over the lake, and the westward balcony just happens to be right over it. Yeah, guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steelwind there. Really? Who was it? High Speaker Theon Arceus. High Speaker? He's the shot caller of the Church of Bahamut. And he stands on top of the religious hierarchy, from what I hear. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed she was acting suspiciously. Called out to her, but she ignored him. So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him? Yeah, he really lucked out. That doesn't fit with the symptoms of Mage Blight, though. But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. What you said, all she did was ignore him. You're right. This whole Mage Blight story doesn't really add up. Either way, we'll just have to talk to him directly and find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange. What's that? It's about the order the murders occurred in. The murder killed Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. That means the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, and finally to the prayer room, But if we look at the map, the murderer's route seems strange. The murderer purposely killed Sybil's second. Now, clear between each rooms. The murderer would have traveled from the common room balcony to the prayer room, but there's clearly a more direct path they could have taken if they wanted to murder them quickly. Could have killed Pierce second? Yeah, okay. Yeah, because common room. Prayer room right here is where we were. Here's where they were. So, bot. The murderer must have passed right by the prayer room when they dumped Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they just murder Pierce on the way there? Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first. Or they were afraid of fighting me? Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit? No, she has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste is the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyway, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. Alright, you've created a rough outline of the murderer's actions, but the real clue will lie in how each of them were murdered. And that starts with figuring out how Von Sanctus was murdered.
Repario Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation magic in a bunch of different spots around the room. We think the perp threw a bunch of fire-based evocation spells to start the fire. The Kingsguard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out. That makes sense. With the knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. There's a trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room. Do the traces overlap with the body? Kinda. It's sort of square-shaped? Square-shaped? I can't see the traces, but there also seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body. You're right! They overlap perfectly! The area inside of the square is a lot less burnt now that I look at it. Not sure what this means yet, but it's definitely worth taking note of. It seems like a shield of some kind. There's trace of evocation magic near the body. Matches with the autopsy report. Murderer must have hit him with an evocation spell. Scorch marks are over the room. The fire spread pretty far. Yeah, it was probably going for a while. No one even noticed it until Prince Alaric told the Kingsguard he saw smoke. Interesting. We should speak with him and ask if he saw anything else. Chalk outline where they found Von Sanctus. Nothing else to investigate. How'd the Inquisition find out about the murderers anyway? Did a witness come across the bodies? And it all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us they saw a fire breaking out in the common room. They also saw Steelwind there, but when we tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell. She attacked one of the princes? Yeah, but it didn't look like she hurt him. The guy from the House of Slipius. I'm just going to pronounce that different each time. Inspected him and told us he wasn't injured. Glad he's okay, but wouldn't have Arya used a more violent spell if she was being afflicted by Mage Blight? Possible she was throwing spells randomly and he just happened to get really lucky. I suppose that's possible. Was there anyone else nearby when this happened? I'd expected a Prince of Wyvern Guard to be under constant guard. Yeah, that was kind of my mistake. I ordered the knights to give him some space considering what just happened. And that would be? Sorry, kid. You don't know, it's not my place to tell you. Orders from the top to stay quiet about it. Looks like you'll need to ask someone higher up. Still strange. Why would they know? We already know. Whatever the perp hit him with, it only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. Couldn't even approach us till the spell had worn off. Weirdest about it is he was pretty close to where we were. For some reason, we didn't find him until after the spell wore off. Must have been traumatic. Hope he's okay. Why didn't anyone see him? After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room. Did you see me? Nah, this happened around 3:10 p.m. Right, it was probably well after Steelwind moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. Interesting. When you arrested Steelwind, I recalled you mentioned that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock them out? I don't think so. I'm just as lost as you are about that. Some of the victims didn't have any magical traces on them, so we know they're not under the effects of a spell, but they still haven't woken up. It's odd, to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights that fell comatose? It might help us deduce what happened. Well, we found all of them at the locations where Steelwind was spotted. It can't be a coincidence. But he just admitted they weren't being affected by any kind of spell. What's going on here? Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Steelwind, even though everyone else seems to think she's responsible. You also suspect she's being framed? It just doesn't add up. If she did give herself Mage Blight, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate. And she's definitely not the type to just go around murdering people. Even if she was, she's led a lot of the Inquisition's investigations. She's investigated plenty of homicides, and she knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try and hide herself using magic. So either she had Mage Blight, which doesn't match with her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense. Eris, what are you doing? Someone has to be framing her. It's the only reasonable explanation. Honestly, I'm not sure about that either. What do you mean? You saw her when you arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others. Right, it's the same impression I got as well. And if it weren't for the witnesses' statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mage Blight. Strangest thing is I've never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened. Eris! Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow. Well, she's already in prison, so we're already ahead on that account. But when we asked her what happened, she said she couldn't remember anything. That's such an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something. Normally I'd agree with you, but she's not the only one with missing memories. Steelwind also can't remember anything. What? Looks like you'll have to speak with her about that. Anyway, what about Eris and the knight that was guarding her? Did they see anything? Sorry, kid, but Eris Ilmater has been missing since everything went down. What? Do you have any idea what happened to her? Nah, but I wouldn't be too worried. What? A witness to the crime is missing and probably hurt. Look, kid, you may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. Seen it a million times. I feel like he's not making as big a deal of this as he should. But he might have a point. Eris is the daughter of a crime lord, after all. She might have gone into hiding to avoid having to speak with law enforcement. We don't have the resources to look for her, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Suppose we can't do anything about that now. Still hope she's okay. Anyway, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing. That's the thing. The knight who's supposed to be watching her is one of the people who went comatose. Found him in front of the prayer room, too. Damn it, what happened to him? Make matters worse, that Frege chick knows how to cast invisibility. So even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. The guard was in front of the prayer room. She must have brought him there somehow. Anyway, would you happen to have a recent version of her spell compendium? Sure, we already have it on record. Thank you. Oh, here we go. We're just gonna... She has a lot of necromancy spells. Feign death? I forgot how many spells she used during Lord Frege's murder. It's a little difficult to take in. I still can't believe it. After everything he did, Von Sanctus was just murdered. Surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with offing Justin Way? Wait, I see it. He got what he deserved. Still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been, no one deserves to die like that. Definitely a bigger man than I am. Anyway, Von Sanctus's autopsy says he died of suffocation. We'd think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something. Hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode. Yeah, the more info I get, the more I think you might be onto something. But either way, the fire the perp started in this room burnt his body. Didn't completely turn it to ash, but it was still pretty charred. So that fire would have burnt away any evidence of the minor wounds he had. Yeah, we're lucky we even discerned he was hit with an evocation spell. Right, the autopsy report mentioned that. But if his fire was started, it's possible he died from smoke inhalation? No, the divination spell we use always identifies smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation. Suppose that kinda makes sense? Still a shame we can't find out how the murderer suffocated him. We still know very little about how the murders occurred. You have records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? It might help us understand what each of the victims was doing during the attack. Sure, knock yourselves out. Oh, here we go. This is going to take a minute. Alright, prestidigitation, conjure light, conjure water, frost wave, force cage. Creates a magical 10 by 10 by 10 cube around a target. The walls of this cube are impenetrable and cannot be destroyed, not even spells. Furthermore, any attempts to magically teleport will fail. That cube is what made that... So he was trying to protect himself. Mage Blade, Slow Fall. Foresight. Strike True. Tech Magic. Stone Skin. Yeah, this is what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky till now. Nevertheless, I'll need to look over each of these spells when they become relevant. I think you found everything revived upon Sanctus. Alright, let's go check out Sybil's. The hell? The West Fake Bound. This is gorgeous, by the way. Supposedly, this is where the murderer threw Sybil's body into the lake. Oh, hello there. Hey! I like your stick. As you inspect the area, you catch the attention of an old man nearby. From his garb, he appears to be someone who works at the cathedral. I don't believe we've met. What are you doing here? Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy. We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. I have heard of you. He doesn't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be. Judging from his thoughts, he probably hadn't heard many good things about you. Forgive my rudeness. I'm Theon Arceus, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut. Yeah, hat's not bad either. It's a much better Pope hat than we have. So you're the one that saw Steelwind here during the murders. Mind if we ask you some questions? He scans you warily. Suppose there'd be no harm in that. First, what is this? Some sort of debris on the ground. You pick up one of the pieces and feel it in your hands. It appears to be some kind of gravel.
Arcanum.
Traces of transmutation on the debris. Imply a spell specifically targeted or created wherever this came from. But I doubt someone created these bits of gravel. Must have broken off from something else. Okay, hold on. Does stone skin leave behind gravel? Creates a thick layer of stone. The stone layer can be broken through continuous attacks. Interesting. We heard you saw the prosecutor acting strangely here. Could you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was having a psychotic episode? I wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely. How'd you come across her? Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from the draconic texts around that time. Wait, he was heading to the prayer room? When I saw her, I thought she was just enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her. When I approached her, I saw she was throwing something off the edge of the balcony. You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body. Well, probably correct. I came to the same conclusion until I found that poor woman's body below us. Though, what is it? I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong. But Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw in the lake, it looked much darker. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I can't really explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be after all. Could have been a trick of the light. Wait, if you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body, she must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at the time. Oh? Were you praying there with Lord Pierce? Not exactly. What? That's not what the guards told me. The guards? You mean the ones standing out watch outside the prayer room? Yes, they told me Pierce was praying with some acquaintances of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. Wait, Steelwind was there too? Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. But anyway, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there. The High Speaker didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started her attack after he left. But why would she bother waiting? She was also completely normal. I mean, shy, but normal after talking to us. That's what I'm thinking too, baby. That would explain why there's gravel right by the wall. But that would imply that Sybil was alive. Either way, we can't exactly question those guards. Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack. Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far from the prayer room. How did you not hear anything? It must have been because of the magical wards in my room. Magical wards? Are they for security reasons? Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls so the sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut the door. It does sound awfully convenient, but you doubt he'd lie about something you could so easily verify. Either way, you should make a note of it. Found everything here. Let's check out the garden. It's staring into my soul. Then stop looking at it! Aster! As you move your attention away from the grotesque sculpture, you spot the Crown Prince. He's sitting on a bench, guarded by some knights from the King Guard. His brow is furrowed, and he seems to be deep in thought. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert! And Miss McCoy, too! What are you still doing here? We're trying to investigate what happened. We're looking around, we just happened to find you here. I see. Okay. Yes, I was thinking about how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Miss Steelwind is taking this well. Right, she is his fiancée after all. Must be extremely worried about her. We're trying to find out what exactly happened. And if we ask you some questions... I see. Well, I'll do whatever I can to help. Let me do a quick check. I probably accidentally spoiled myself, but... here. So let's see. Day 1. Blah, blah, blah. Investigation Day 2. Trial Day 2. It does look like it's only a 2-day trial. So... But, looking at it... Hard to tell. You weren't planning on defending Miss Steelwind, were you? If she would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience defending clients. Unfortunately, I think the situation is far more complicated than that. What do you mean? Several house leaders died today. We can't release this information to the public. Not after the news on William Frega's death has already spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not 1, but 3 members of the Pillar families. The trial has to happen soon, or the magical traces will disappear. What I've heard, we will be holding a trial, but it'll be handled privately and internally. And I'm sorry to say that you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial. Right, a majority of the nobility hates me after all. Would you be able to pull some strings, Aster? I'm sorry, I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her, but I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try and tip the trial in her favor, it'll only harm her chances more. Right, I see what you mean. But even if you can't help her during the trial, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf. Yes, I would really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Miss Steelwind of the charges against her. After everything that's happened, I really need to know, why were so many nobles gathered in one place? All 4 of the Pillar families were present? I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened. No, I see your point. The truth is we were all gathered to mourn the death... I'm sorry? Oh. Wait, the king is dead? Yes, we wanted to avoid releasing the public so close, this information to the public so close to the death of William Frega. The king is dead. My father has been ill for quite some time, so we were prepared for this. Or at least I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young, but it's still a little hard to take in. Sorry. You have my condolences. Thank you. But if King Oliver is dead, that would make you... Yes. You currently stand before King Aster de Wyverngard, ruler of our kingdom. Considering everything that's happened, he seems less than thrilled about that. Suppose that's why all the nobles were gathered. They came under the guise of paying their respects, but it's clear they all wanted to get closer to the new King of Wyverngard. And I think the Fregas were the only one that genuinely came to give their condolences. Speaking of the Fregas, I think you need to know. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. I think she may have been the one to kill Garrett Pierce. Why would she be there? Sorry, I know she's your friend. We already know she's not above committing murder. I see. Suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. But what possible reason would she have to be involved with something like this? I'm not sure yet, but I plan to find out. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left with Steelwind and Celeste and Iris arrived at the cathedral. Ah, yes. Steelwind and I left to speak with the High Speaker Arceus in his quarters. What was your meeting about? It was actually about our wedding. And my father's death. Lord Steelwind wanted to make our union official. Oh, I would congratulate you two, but considering the circumstances, I understand. And I appreciate your words nonetheless. Anyway, how long did the meeting last? I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m. But Von Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m. That means she began her rampage less than half an hour after that meeting. Is there anything off about her behavior? Now that they mention it, something about her demeanor changed. We were speaking of the wedding when she abruptly left. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me. It sounds similar to what happened with Celeste's father. There's no way she was afflicted by Mage Blight. Interesting. Honestly, didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder. Right. It's possible the Steelwind the witnesses saw wasn't real. Does that mean the Steelwind that attended the meeting was also a fake? What happened after your meeting with the High Speaker? Did you see the Steelwind after that? Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m., I went to pay my respects to my father's coffin, but apparently someone had set a magical trap there. What? It was a glyph of contingency. Let's see. When casting this spell, the caster must choose another spell they know. Cast that spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Instead, it is when certain conditions are met. Interesting. I have heard of that spell? It's like a trap you can set, and you can defuse any spell on it. But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. What spell was it? It was a force cage, targeting me. Was the murderer trying to attack Aster too? I don't think so. They'd have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. From the sounds of it, force cage can't be dispelled. So Aster would have been trapped inside it for a full hour. We think the murderer used this as a distraction. Because of that trap, the Kingsguard consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there were fewer people guarding Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce, and the ones that were there all fell comatose. They can't tell us what happened to them. Yet another inexplicable event added to the list. After everything you know, you highly doubt Steelwind was affected by Mage Blight. Someone must be behind what happened, but who? Anyway, he's told you everything you know. Yeah, move. West balcony. Alright. Finally time to talk to Steelwind. Hopefully starting the trial. Can't find her. The Inquisition to Kingguard must be processing her. Come back later. But we checked everywhere. I guess we can... No, not the common room. Check the nave. She attacked a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately. Alaric, the situation is of far too much importance. Yeah, it's definitely the king. No, it can't be the king. The king's dead. Situation, but he has to be like uncle or something, because he's calling Alaric by first name. We need to approach this calmly and carefully. As you return to the nave, you spot the young prince in an argument with that nobleman you saw earlier. Now you think about it, you still have no idea who he is. Oh, it's you two, Your Highness. And I don't think we've been introduced. What? I see you're still as insolvent as ever. You stand before Sir Remus Vergale, Archduke and Royal Vizier to the Wyverngard throne. I believe he means advisor. Archduke? You didn't even know their Kingdom of Rivengard had a title like that. Why haven't you heard of them before? Why are you two still here anyway? I thought the cathedral was closed for investigation. We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. I see. Anyway, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. I sense a tinge of anxiety. Is he avoiding you? Actually, since we have you here, we have some questions for you. The both of you. You should know your place, knave. Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place? Just what are you trying to insinuate? Please, Alaric, there's no need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar. Tracker? No, it was the demon who calls himself Maranath. What? Why would you want to speak with him? He was actually the one that sent for me. According to him, he had some information of great import to me. You didn't make a contract with him, did you? Of course not. What kind of desperate fool do you take me for? No, he gave me the information he had freely. Why would he do that? Demons are supposedly always trying to trick humans into making deals with them. Looking back, it must have been a distraction. What a fool I was. I knew he was playing with me. Or... That's a good point. He was the one so quick to defend Arya. And he's also, like, very noble brat. He would not have a problem with bending the rules for himself. I think Maranath was actually trying to save Beatrice. I knew I couldn't tell lies, and the information he had was too important to ignore. If you don't mind my asking, what was the information? I'm sorry, but I can't reveal what he told me. It could endanger people I care about. Rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with the massacre. Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly take your word for it. Suppose that's fair. But believe me when I say I plan to take this information to my grave. That's ominous. But he's clearly intent on keeping their conversation a secret. Hey, Phil! Anyway, several members of the Kingsguard were watching us. They can verify my alibi. How long did this conversation last? I arrived to speak with him at 1:50 p.m., and I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m. Interesting. So he's accounted for during the time frame of the murders, but why would Maranath go to the trouble of distracting him? Whoever orchestrated this also used a force cage to trap Aster. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral? So far, it sounds like they were trying to keep the royal family in general away from it. Either way, which is exactly what it said, it's clear that Beatrice has a lot to answer for. Your Highness, we heard the prosecutor cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened? I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family! She was completely irresponsible with her magic. I understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain she inflicted mage blade on herself. We don't know if that was actually her. I saw her with my own eyes! Plenty of other people did too! Either way, when did this happen? It was on the path outside the common room. I saw smoke coming from the building, and I saw Steelwind walking away from it. Must have been after she murdered Von Sanctus. He does got a pointy nose. Oh no, the other one. What's up, Sean? We're doing our investigation. 3 deaths, all nobles, and nothing's adding up. But we, as the gamers, we as the audience know it was the goddess of discord, so... No, she very deliberately cast a spell on me. Which once again implies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this. You know which spell she cast on you? I'm not sure. I've never been afflicted by a spell like that before. This guy's got the pointy nose. The magical traces on him. We know it was a transmutation spell. Transmutation spells manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think about what that might do to a human body. Sure he's okay. No one accepted this and inspected him, and he doesn't appear to have any lasting injuries. We're hoping that the spell's effects were only temporary. Can you describe what you felt where you were affected by it? It might help us identify it. Well, I was extremely dazed, and my ears were ringing. My vision was partially blurred, as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form words with my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. I couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor. Sorry you had to go through that. Must have been traumatic. Oh, Eris has always been bad. We've known that from the start. The very first episode, we saw someone with the same silhouette as her. And then, at the end of episode 2, yeah, she got the creepy face. But at the end of chapter 4, she just went full mask off and slaughtered someone pretty horribly while openly bragging about tormenting his daughter's soul over months. So, yeah, she bad. What kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? It has to be something that affected his senses. Do we have it? Let's check my compendium here. Let's see. Shape liquids. Not sleep. That's evocation. Evocation. Divination. Doesn't look like there's anything we have on it that could do that yet. You already told us she wasn't acting erratically. But was there anything off about her demeanor? I only saw her for a moment. She was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I fought her, too. So right now, it looks like it's very clearly being... Steelwind is very clearly being framed, but we can't figure out how. I mean, again, we know how, because Goddess of Discord, the one that's been fucking with the game the whole time. She was like an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic. Wait, are there any arcane constructs on Cathedral Ground? No problem, Sean. No, not for lack of trying. I'm Lord Von Sanctus' spot. High Speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff here from using them. Would be really convenient if all this was done using a construct. Oh, you're a little tired of seeing them in your cases. Anyway, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell? No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen them anyway. Commander White also said he was surprised no one saw the prince until the spell wrought. What happened to him? It might have transformed him into an animal. It covers Alaric's account of what happened too. We even got the Archduke. Still one last person. Arya. She and Beatrice supposedly have no memory of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I doubt it. But if Steelwind doesn't have any memories, it becomes more credible. She definitely has the missing piece that we need to piece this together. You go into the dungeon to speak with her. I am. Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you. What? As the royal advisor, I have a vested interest in the investigation. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, I hear you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot. It's not as if you had the authority to stop him. You don't know him very well. You need to be wary what you say in front of him. Yeah, no. If it's somehow made it where he can't talk, can barely see, and his hearing was funky, and he had to crawl, it sounds like a transformation. She seems extremely stressed, as if she's trying to figure something out. Mr. Cuthbert, and your grace. Steelwind gives a wary look to the Archduke. How are you doing? As best I can, all things considered. What brings you here? We're trying to investigate everything that happened. I see. I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions. Steelwind, I know your situation is pretty grim right now, but you know you can trust me. You're not the person I'm worried about. At this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself. What? Yeah, so you clearly didn't have Mage Blight, though. We heard you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true? It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything. What's the last thing you remember? I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father, but I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I thought some fresh air might help me feel better, so I went to the balcony. Went over Lake Galacron? Yes, that one. Last one I remember was losing consciousness as I looked at the lake. Okay, so hold on. Where's our testimony? It should be Aster that gave that testimony, right? Yeah. 2 p.m. Nope, not that one. Here. No. There was a meeting. Where marriage meeting. So 140, she left. Okay, so we did know that. Hold on, but whoa. We have a contradiction because Aster told us that she just left mid marriage or mid meeting, but she just told us. Let's see. She was leaving the meeting. So she was still herself at this time, as far as she's aware. But she has no memory of Aster trying to stop her. And she doesn't sound like she's saying that she left in the middle of it. I think that's a contradiction. Did you cast any magic before this happened? No, I didn't. You sure you don't remember anything after that? I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying over your unconscious body, Mr. Cuthbert. So we have a contradiction. I feel like we completely ruled out Mage Blight, so I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can modify or destroy people's memories? Certainly explain a lot of this. No. Arcane spells can only affect the physical world. But throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any succeeding, but you're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists. What? I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert? What? Does he know about the Eye of Horus? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended Frigga's trial, and they all heard what the demon referred to you as. Heavensborn. If I learned that Lumina had anything to do with this... Your Grace, I'm not an agent of the Theocracy. And even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one that manipulated Steelwind's memories. I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steelwind's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else. You're probably right. Which proves I'm responsible for the murders. What? How? You're gonna have to walk me through that one, Steelwind. You just said you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced you're responsible? I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's clearly involved in this somehow. There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past 2 months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders. During each of those cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue, but there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome and passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said they had no choice. No choice? Cases like this have been occurring throughout Wyvengard, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except for one thing. All of them acted as if someone had controlled them against their will. They're probably just desperate. Most murderers try and make excuses after they're caught. Could even be in complete denial. Orem said the same thing, but the cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I don't think that's the case. I do think it was her body doing it, because we know... We as the audience know Eris is behind this. We saw her say it. So, I think Eris did control her. Or, there is the second option that you are correct, and Eris is puppeting. Because we've seen that she can do it with Eyetaker's kid. I wonder if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew I was getting closer to something. Again, please, let me push the button. Steelman, I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds completely insane. You don't even have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected. There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie each of these cases together. She takes out a small parchment from her pocket and shows it to you. It's a purple symbol? Several of the people we arrested had an item with this symbol on it. None of them could remember where it came from, or even what it was. But they all somehow knew it was called the Purple Mark. There has to be an explanation for this. Could just be some esoteric superstition we don't know about. If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from? You don't mean I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. Whoever I'd been chasing must have left it there to taunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw the symbol myself. Either way, this all but proves the massacre at the cathedral is related to it. I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court. Nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people. Wait, are you planning to spend the rest of your life in prison? That's what's necessary to keep everyone safe. What about Aster? Aren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now, and you can't rule Wyvern Guard alongside him from a holding cell. You're correct, but he's always been a remarkable person. He should have no problem finding another suitress. You feel an overwhelming sadness emanating from her. She says that. Arya. No. What? You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions. Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Please don't ask that of me. Argument time! Steelman's going to throw everything she cares about away for the greater good. Even if she was the one who did all this, she's not the one responsible. You can't let her resign herself to a fate like this. Steelman, are you seriously just going to throw your life away? If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do something again. A villain controlled my mind. As long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself. There it is. Nope. I knew it was one of those two. That's assuming the person can continue to do so. You said it yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. We don't know how this mind control works, and we don't have enough information. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. I suppose you're right, but I thought there was any goal to this. The person responsible is just a sadistic killer. I've been investigating these murders for months, and I've never been able to find any personal clues as to who the perpetrator was. There's no way to connect them to this. Whoever did this was a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible. I mean, no, yeah, because... That's not true, Steelwind. Whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alaric and the High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention, they set a trap for Aster. What? Let's assume someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Aster alive if they were trying to kill as many people as possible. Suppose you have a point there. But even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. There's plenty of people who might want to see those three dead. If I'm not mistaken, the perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. I don't know this one. We have no proof that she's wrong here. I got nothing. Guys, Hun, you got any idea? The perpetrator didn't need... Well, we did, because... Too far? No. All the bodies. Actually, I think you're right. Of course I don't have her here. Yeah, I got nothing. That's alright, hon. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. I mean... Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to look this one. I'm sorry, guys. Why? There's one thing you're overlooking. I don't understand this. I did have to look this one up, because I have no idea. The overlooking. Before the murders, someone trapped Force Cage with the glyph of contingency. But they didn't harm him. It was probably just a distraction. Even so, this gives us two very important clues. The first is whoever did this is capable of casting these two spells. That means the perpetrator was a mage. It's true. Whoever set this... Oh! Okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, because this spell only lasts for 24 hours. Okay, my bad. This means the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral. So it was one of them? That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we can identify who did this. And if they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwood, you need to fight this. I can't. Why not? Fighting this will put people in danger. If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate more than they already have. If they wanted to remove me from my position, how would they react if I try and resist? They might hurt even more people to send a message. It's far too dangerous. Whoever did this has a goal far bigger than you. And you had no guarantee they'll stop there. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the political hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims? Who would they target next? Your father? The king? We need to catch them before they do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you, but we can't let someone that dangerous get away with this. When you put it that way, I suppose I have no other choice, do I? I never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you? Yeah, I suppose I do. But you're right. We can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this, somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. I think we've known each other long enough. You don't need to be so formal. Perhaps I misjudged you. I know I agreed to this, but what is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom. They've nominated my father as the prosecutor of the trial. What? No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blight. As a result, they blame House Steelwind for Coraline Sybil's death. Now, the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to death. But he's your father! There's no way he would... This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In a resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of commoners. No. House Steelwind almost lost everything after that. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. My father values his duty to Wyvern Guard over everything else. Nothing matters more to him than that, not even his family. I want to have confidence in myself. I don't know if I could face him like this. Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all this? What? You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind? Because she's innocent! I know she is! She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blight. Mr. Cuthbert, it doesn't matter if she's a noble or a commoner. She's being oppressed by the system, and she deserves a fair trial. Said? What? I, Remus Verlege, hereby grant you privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel. Really? I'll be acting as the judge and arbiter of Miss Steelwind's trial. It is within my right to grant such permissions. Thank you. Why would you... Do you think I've made a mistake? No, of course not. I'll serve as Miss Steelwind's attorney. If she'll have me. Of course. There's no one else I would trust more in this. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Please call me by my first name. Celeste has already taken to doing that. But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this. Spell compendium. So she does have Fireball. We know, again, I think she physically did it. Steelwind Strike. Polymorph. There it is. We have it. We have the spell. Polymorph. Dispel magic. Settle. We'll hold the trial at my house. The city of Landon. Landon? Never heard of that place. Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Before you can ask any more questions, the Archduke leaves without a word. He really has a bad habit of just walking away from conversations. Well, I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, the situation will let us approach this like any other trial. You had no idea what you were getting for when you agreed to this. I want to double check. So I'm trying not to see any answers. Investigation day 2. Trial day 2. Okay. What proceeded next would be unlike any trial you've ever been in. But even so, you persevered as you've always done, in the name of justice. Regardless of what you'd have to sacrifice to do so. Oh god, Celeste? I'm seeing death flags. Tyrion, we're definitely lost. You followed Lord Steelwind's directions to the letter, but it appears you found yourself in the ruins of an old city, rather than the estate of the Archduke. I don't understand. This should be the place. The map even has that giant tree north of here. This can't be the city of Landon that Virgile mentioned. Doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries. Lord Steelwind's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Please, what kind of dishonorable crap do you take me for? Lord Steelwind? What are you two standing around here for? The trial will be starting shortly. He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of Kingsguard and Arya. But it's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. You see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. Must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place. And I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taking part in this at all. But nonetheless, let's not keep him waiting. Before you can even ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads towards one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her, but she merely shakes her head. It's clear she's just as lost as you are. Alright, I guess we're doing this. Well, I like this room. The rooms are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day, and they all seem to be just as out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems unfazed by this entire situation is Lord Steelwind. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the room. Seems he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter. Thank you all for coming here today. Is Remus a dragon? We still don't have his age and art. Is he a dragon? And that's why he's sentimental about this place. And why Lucius was so, had the air quotes on Archduke. Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. My apologies, but what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. Okay. I had to choose a location that was away from any modern civilization. But nonetheless, I welcome you all to my home. Wait, you live here? I do. Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain. But I want to ask you one last time. Is this truly what you wish to do? There'll be no going back after this. What? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave wyvern gods the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into— I knew it! Into something monstrous. I grew bitter seeing what I created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought the best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave wyvern god to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. And now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom. All because of my negligence. Foreign powers? Does he still suspect you're an agent of the theocracy? Well, no more. It's time the people of Wyvern and their enemies remember who watches over them. As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him. What's going on? The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he's casting, it's unlike any magic you've seen before. Here we go! A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see his form changing. It's expanding, and from it is that... Yeah! What? It's a dragon! Look at him! As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery bursts out in hysteria. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. You even see some of them attempt to flee before they're stopped by the Knights of the King's Guard. Enough! This may not be a court, but I will have order. You're an ancient dragon. No, you're the last ancient dragon. That's correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all lords. You all stand before Rathalion, the Scaled Lord. Yeah! I'm gonna up my drink, because if I'm doing that kind of gravel of a dragon, I need to up my drink. So I will be back in just a minute. Witness the glory. Again, not even going on break. Just gonna walk through the kitchen and get my drink. Oh, this shit's gonna hurt my throat. Oh, fucking ants. Remus Vertiles, an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Up until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyverngard have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. My will alone determines how this trial ends. I wonder if Rathalion is still alive, like you said. I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government. Wait, really? As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position in our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king. So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here. Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings, and pass judgment when necessary. Oh, that's certainly terrifying. Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. The prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready. I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we're gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? Also, I love his age, 1203. Still don't know his arcane art, though. Interesting. Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the King's Guard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lord Von Sanctus and Coraline Sybil, heads of House Von Sanctus and Sybil, respectively. What is this farce? This trial's been over before it began. Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of Mage Blight. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment! The divine powers that clearly think that she's unfit to rule at the king's side. Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. You might be right. I didn't even think of that, hon. And it's suspicious this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death. Damn, I was actually close on his voice, too. If I recall, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if there was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her. It's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. She already has testified she has no memory of what transpired during the massacre. There's no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frege's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play. Enough! I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable. I agree that Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect. Very well. Let the defense have his battle. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true. Why is everything a war metaphor with you? Beatrice? I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Not for lack of trying on your part. That wasn't... Ah! There it is. Eris is still in play. I have no memories of what I did. If I hurt you, I am truly sorry. She actually looks pretty sincere, but it's not as this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful of your memory loss. But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened. And how would you know that? There it is again. Word travels quickly in the dungeons. What? Regardless, if you would truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue there we haven't discovered yet. Very well. Actually, I just realized something too. She said that the Lady of Discord had her. I think Eris is right there. I think Eris is hiding as Marineth. He's been weirdly quiet. I was with my sister and my guide, Eris Elmeter. I was speaking with them at the garden when I finally fell ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said I'd gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened. From what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled her actions. Alright, we have one. So she's also saying that someone else was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement, but there's something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she'd be a lot more vague. What is she doing? Okay, I'm going right to the sixth one. Because we do have evidence. Why would she say something like that? You found the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this. But there's one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely. And what would that be? This symbol. Yeah, and notice Marineth is freaking out. That's Eris. I'm calling it right now. Eris is hiding as Marineth. You pull out the parchment with the purple mark and show it to her. Marineth, what are you doing? What's wrong? He's using his powers to suppress our connection. Magic. I can't actually see what you're trying to show me. Marineth, can you stop being petty and just let her see it? I don't take orders from you, Heavenborn. I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment? You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout the Wyvern Guard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are, but they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene. Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into a little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it wasn't downright insulting. Lord Steelman, during the gap in Arya's memories, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this. Nonsense. She clearly drew that symbol herself during the psychotic episode. I've had her listen to her go on and on about her inane theory. She was obsessed with it. Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened? What are you talking about? Think about it. Why did... my apologies. I don't know why I said that. Ah! Is everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyway, it looks like you'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Interesting that Rithalion can't sense or stop it. So, Sean, that's the effect that Eris has been having. Anytime Eris gets involved, it does that glitch, where she's able to just rewrite what's happening. That's how I know she's here. She's definitely in attendance. Very nearby. And she will just... And weirdly, Beatrice is the first one that's ever shown any awareness of it. Even our character doesn't. And interestingly, if you go back into the text, you'll notice what she was starting to say is just gone. Stricken even from our records. Which is really fucking cool. Figure the rest out on my own? What do you mean by that? There's nothing to figure out. Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. The defense clearly has no case. End this at once. Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory. What? The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. Shouldn't waste this opportunity. You've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It's suspicious, but not in a way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Why don't you pull on this thread a little more? She just asked you if you're curious about what happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration. Whatever she's trying to draw your attention to must be significant. Yeah, Marineth didn't let her see it. Oh, wait. Lucio denied the conspiracy despite the evidence. Where is it? It's like Beatrice trying to draw your attention. Was something that recently happened where... So there's either that or... Okay, hid the purple mark. That was what I was thinking too. From Beatrice. He didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why would Marineth interfere? Marineth is her familiar and he used to follow her orders. But things have changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. So why would it... And by the way, yeah. If Sean, if you know anything about Greek mythology, Empress of Discord. The goddess of Discord. Let's see. Marineth is hiding a demon. No. No, that's not what I said. The mastermind is a demon. No. The purple mark is related to a demon. It's the only thing that makes sense as to why he'd prevent her seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating the murders throughout Wyverngard. Does this mean the investigation also has something to do with the demon? Arya suspected that each of the murders was acting against their will. And now both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming they were controlled. How could something demonic take control of Beatrice? You can't explain what happened to Arya and these others, but you know why Beatrice might not have been in control of her actions. Because of the contract. Let's see. Lost. I would think it's because... Okay, How could something demonic control... Okay, let's see. The ability to control people's mind is something you never encountered, but you definitely know a lot less about demons than you'd like to. There must be something a demon can do to compel another person to act. Let's see. So we got lost, unveiled, forgot, or killed. The other murderers killed their victims. Oh, lost control. Okay, wait. Due to a blood... There it is. Beatrice. There we go. I did know it was referencing the blood contract because, again, she lost to the Empress of Discord. And we saw, granted through a glitch effect, that she was saying that the Empress isn't going to use me yet. Said what would happen if she failed to claim House Freyga. Her soul, her mind, and her life would be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? If this Empress of Discord owns Beatrice's mind, would that mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true, that would mean Arya... Let's see... Due to a blood contract. Lost control. Here we are. Arya... That can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? Why'd she ever do that? I think it's a conclusion that makes the most sense. I can't think of any other way someone would control her against her will. There is one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict, the same ability used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding how it works. Creates a copy of the blood contract between the contract holder and the demon who created it. For it to work, you have to know the name of the contract holder. In addition, you need the name of the demon who created the contract. Which demon did Arya make a blood contract with? Has to be the Empress of Discord. The so-called Empress of Discord. She's mentioned Beatrice's blood contract, but you still have no idea who or what she is. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Maranath. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Maranath doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. You're not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get with what you know so far. Been quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? He's probably imagining new ways to futilely solve her time. I finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. It would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions. Again with this? You're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it! Even you don't believe the nonsense you're spouting. Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it'd be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide. Damn it. I knew you could do it. By the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. This blood contract seems strange. Unlike Beatrice's contract, there's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the Patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the Patron. The contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the Patron so long as they both live. Interesting. No, this can't be true. This is... Nice! Enough! Stop prattling amongst yourselves! No, this is a sham! This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication. It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this. You can't deny the truth any longer, Lord Steelwind. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't afflicted by mage blight. She was controlled against her will. Anger, fear, and sadness. Evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract. But it still doesn't make sense. I agree. Even if Arya was the type to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of the contract that benefits her. Why would Arya sign this contract? The patron masterminded the scenario. No. to exact revenge on... Okay. There we are. Arya signed it because it looked like a normal document. It was a trick. The large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I called for. I think she was given this contract. It probably looked like something entirely different. Something else was written in the empty space to make it look like a normal legal document. Which means my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection!
Ooh. Enough of this! All of you! You see now, Lord Steelwind? Arya was not responsible for what happened.
That remains to be proven.
What are you talking about? She's a blood contract that releases control of her free will.
Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert.
What?
I'll admit, the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract.
Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this.
And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Marnath?
If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Frege for the murder of her father. That's hardly the same thing. No shit. One is a 40-page document. The other is, hey, I give my soul up for nothing.
I, for one, fail to see the difference.
A fool made a deal with a demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed. She's your daughter, Lucio.
And how does that change anything?
Damn it, he seriously doesn't care if he convicts Arya.
Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted if she'd been reckless and accidentally induced Mage Blight, but to sign a contract with a demon, that only further espouses the need to put her down.
She was clearly tricked, Lucio.
Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her.
Wait, even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? Who else is responsible for Arya's actions? And the patron. Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day. The marriage constellation? What do you mean, the marriage... The meeting? I'm trying to figure out... I know you didn't mean constellation. Autocorrect kind of kicked your ass there, baby.
Oh, and who would that be?
I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, surrenders her mind, soul, and body to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever the patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. That's right! They could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended. Surely we can't end this trial while every member of the Wyvern Guard nobility is in danger.
Well played. I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it seems like someone wished ill intent on the nobles.
And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances she signed the blood contract under. And what would you have us do, Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations on proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home. There was clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her.
I see. That does sound like as good a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we've clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations. Very well.
Yes, please. Hold on. Okay. So yeah, we still have a lot to go on this first one. I'm basically just trying to keep track of how long it takes. That's true. You're right, hon. You step outside the Scaled Lord's lair to get some fresh air. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you observe, she and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. They must have become friends over the many times they met. I can't imagine how powerless she feels right now. Arya, I'm so sorry. Don't be. Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear even she has her breaking point. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. But there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. You remember if you signed anything recently? No, I don't. Damn it. The patron must have wiped your memory to cover their tracks. I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I'd be that careless. Right. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucio was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature. I don't know. Damn, we don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into this. That's also possible. Arya. As you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you. What are you doing here? Father. I can't believe him! How does he have nothing to say? His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. Almost as if he was sad and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he's made it clear he's your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else. We should also head back, Celeste. Right. Whatever it takes, you're gonna see this through.
Court is now resumed. Should we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed?
I think we should review what we do know about the murders.
We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with.
That's correct, so let's start from the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday morning. I was at my house in Rathhome when Arya and my bodyguard, Celeste. I was speaking with them and a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scared Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1. At the time, we didn't know the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyway. Apparently they were expecting us.
That should not have been possible.
Due to the solemnity, that's a new word. I know what it means, obviously. The solemnness is what I would have said, but solemnity of the situation. We were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral. Possible someone pulled some strings to let us through. Or you two entered the cathedral illegally. I'm sure that knight for the Kingsguard can vouch for us. I know about every order given to the Kingsguard, and none of them were told to let you two through. It's possible the knight we've met fell comatose like the others. As long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know.
Perhaps we should continue.
Anyway, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet the prince. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the three Frege sisters and Eris Ilmeter. Eris Ilmeter? She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. The Kingsguard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyway, we left the garden around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. Around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galacron. A likely story. Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. That is true. Wait. You're not thinking that they're the same. It's torn in the middle. Let's see the blood contract. But there's no tearing on the page. It's just half of it. Because there's no reason to have Arya's signature on this. If you look at this, ignore this for a minute. I hope you understand. I'd have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth around the case. Yeah, as you know, my execution is scheduled for next month. So there's no reason she would have put her name on this. Unbeknownst to him, the mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him within a force cage.
What a despicable act. Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion.
Right. It was also during that time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung.
I know you're saying this patron controlled her as well.
No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear the patron and the Empress were in league with each other. They're the same fucking person, idiot!
Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about.
Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all the pieces they needed. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body. They used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. And since Von Sanctus' body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using polymorph, let's be real, to incapacitate him.
To think they would attack the prince as well.
Luckily, the effects of that spell were temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony, where she dumped it into Lake Galacron. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but he was turned away by the knight standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom. Well, he clearly was sending it to Arya, is the thing. But you refused to answer our questions. At about 2:20, we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate. And that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Gallic Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. She then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30.
If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frege is actively used in this plan.
Yes. Considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They're the same person! That's true. She could have just deleted it. And we've seen her do it. They probably planned how they'd use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyway, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. And before Celeste could chase her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patron had achieved the goal of murdering 3 nobles, so she probably fell unconscious after they released control. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders.
Lord Pierce was one of the victims.
Your meeting clearly had more significance than I realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about? It's fine. You can tell them. Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are.
I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball.
Supposedly, Garrett Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us told me he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assume this meant he wanted me to be his attorney.
Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place?
We thought the same thing. When we arrived for the meeting, it was clearly I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent the letter to someone else. better not be lying to us, Cuthbert. Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron. I will give you that. To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. His testimony might shove some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered. Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood. In a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic he died the same way Flintheart did. But you doubt that'll give Celeste any kind of closure. Anyway, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figured out who might have this knowledge, we might be able to figure out who did this.
I see. That sounds as good a plan as any.
Kingsguard, escort Commander Orm White to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Right,
Commander? I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me.
Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander.
Sorry, your scaled lordship, sir. Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start it when we receive a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. When we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. Went to the prayer room, and that's where we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil, too. That's when we realized she offed all three of them. So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil? Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. The fire burned a lot of physical evidence off his body. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body? No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is she died of suffocation. It's definitely more information you can glean from their investigation. Not sure what. So, first, let's just see what Cuthbert's thoughts are. Despite how much know, there's a lot of details missing on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. The Inquisition might have found some clues you missed. Should I have the commander elaborate on what they know about each of the murders? Did you see Arya or Celeste? No, we only saw the aftermath of their fight. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway. Pierce's time of death was 2:45 p.m. And the knights didn't arrive into the common room until 3:10 p.m. They didn't arrive at the prayer room till well after the battle had taken place. Wait, wouldn't that mean you were in the room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help? You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help. But even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in the room with her. Right, sorry. Alright. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died. Yeah, and we still had no idea what's going on. Pierce was already dead, you and Steelwind were unresponsive. I can see why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. But why would Arya be unresponsive? We had no idea. We never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, it could have been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour. I suppose that makes sense. The common thread be a meal coincidence? Meal coincidence? Last statement's a little vague. Perhaps you're just asked to elaborate more. Let's start with Von Sanctus, because we know there is an interesting thing there. Could you elaborate more on Von Sanctus's murder? Is there any evidence that implied how he died? Like I said, it's trickier with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burned his body. And our divination magic can only tell he died of suffocation, so there's no other physical evidence. Well, there is one thing. For his burn marks, we do know he was hit with a firebolt before he died. We're guessing she wanted to weaken him before he dealt the final blow. So he took a direct hit before he died. Please add this to your testimony. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Because there was a force cage put there. That's strange. What is it now? Commander White, you said that Steelwind attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him. She probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue. But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast Force Cage to repel her?
Yes, that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert.
Force Cage, an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt, and he must have been in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances. I'd normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story.
What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert?
What implies that Von Sanctus cast the Force Cage? Well, the area. When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic forming a perfect square around the body. Guys, I don't think we're going to manage to do this. Because I'm looking at the guide here. And again, I'm not actually reading it. I'm just kind of taking a look at how long is until investigations. We are really far away from even finishing today's trial. Huh. So, when we get to 12, I'll take a vote if we want to keep going or just call it and make another day. I'm sure if we measured the dimension of that square, it'd be 10 foot by 10 foot, which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage. Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to make a makeshift barrier. Nonsense. If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he should have been protected from further harm. The defendant wouldn't have been able to suffocate him after that. Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage. And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Cage is one of those powerful abjuration spells in existence that can't be dispelled, and no one could teleport into or out of it. Right, Aster was also trapped in a Force Cage, and he had to wait the hour duration. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait, if Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible he ran out of air? That would be a glaring weakness. Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. And before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen can travel through it. Right. And even if they had used poisonous gas, the autopsy wouldn't have said he was suffocated. How did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus? Only oxygen can alter the bond to the Force Cage, so how did she do that? Yeah, no. Let's see. Von Sanctus. I guess. I'm not sure. Von Sanctus fled. No. Alright, you know what? Sorry, guys. Oh, come on! Okay, I had that. It had to be inside. No, it had to be inside the common room instead of the cage. But we already know that's not true because it would have said suffocation. It would have said poison. Force Cage is specific. Oh no, because it's still air deprivation rather than. Okay, fair enough. What if there's no oxygen left in the room? It's also actually no. That's still stupid because the air was open. The door was open, or the room was open. It's not like it was an airtight room.
No oxygen. I see. There was the fire in the common room. The patron knew Arya couldn't harm Von Sanctus once he was in that Force Cage, so she started a fire to eat all the oxygen in the room.
What should have protected him ended up trapping him. And the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate.
I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus. With that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment.
just like the murder of Pierce. And not only that, we assumed the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. But I doubt Lady Sybil died in the same circumstances. Correct, there was only one fire. And if Sybil was in that force cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacron. Which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere. And it's clear our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered. We still don't know where she was murdered. And the only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker. Which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body. Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand. What's wrong?
It's nothing. Please carry on.
Kingsguard, escort High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand. Witness, you will testify about... Oh, great and blessed Scaled Lord! To think you would grace us with your presence!
Oh my god!
Forgive me, Lord Ralatheon. I spoke out of turn. You must think I'm an arrogant fool. Wow, it looks like the witness is smoozing the judge for once. Yeah, I guess you're right, baby. I'm still calling shenanigans, because it still consumed the auction within the cage. It should have counted.
How many times do I have to tell you people I am not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I am not Bahamut's avatar.
But you're the Scaled Lord.
I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity.
This humility. It's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say.
I swear to God.
He even swears by the god's name.
Lucio, please handle this.
Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Rathalion calls upon you today. We require your... You require my blood? Of course, I will gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord. What? No! Of course, my blood could never be enough. Would you just let me? I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need some time to gather followers and...
Oh my god! We just want your testimony. Just tell us what you saw with Miss Steel when it was at the westward balcony yesterday.
Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord. Are we just going to ignore how ready he was to commit mass murder? Be quiet, we just got him to calm down. I just love Rathalia just straight up just, oh my god, shut up. I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of time. My alarm went off, and I realized it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galacron. I asked her what she was doing, but again, she ignored me and went to the prayer room. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. Considering the timing of it all, this must have happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room. Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with divine luck.
Please, just stop.
Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps she can closely examine the timing of these events. Okay, but let's see. An alarm? It is a root and entry artificially device. I use it to remind me to conduct my daily prayers. I see. Do you have it set to go off at a specified time? Yes, it's set to go off at 2:10 p.m., 5 minutes before my afternoon prayers. What was her expression like? It was very cold and emotionless. The patron would have controlled her when this happened. Yes, that certainly makes the most sense. Shortly after my... Definitely be at 2:15. Bingo! Because she died at 2:18, so she would still be alive. Wait, what? Is something wrong? There is, but I'm not really sure what it means. Stop stammering and say what you want to say. High Speaker, you said you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony. There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been Sybil's body. What are you talking about? The location from that balcony is where we found where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. That may be, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Yeah, no shit. Mass blood sacrifice. Let's not forget. Wait. You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body before 2:15 if her time of death was 2:18?
I see. It does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There'd be no other explanation for how it ended up there.
Yeah, that's also true.
Perhaps she was still alive and Arya threw her off that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell.
Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. And even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. The distance from the balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. And the autopsy report said the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force. Right. So when did she die? She died after she hit the water. Okay, good. It didn't... Yeah. She might have an opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't damaged, despite falling from such a great height. Again, that doesn't match the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast such a spell, she would have used that to slow her descent. And she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake had she done that. That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. We already know this. This is the easy one. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself. Stone Skin? If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. Almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing.
That object was actually Lady Sybil, protected by a layer of stone. But that still doesn't include why she would cast that instead of Slow Fall.
That's right. Why did Sybil cast Stone Skin on herself? Because Arya... No. Okay, so it had to be Sybil cast Stone Skin before they were attacked. Or during the murder, after the murders? The patron tricked... No. Yeah, we'll try that. Yep, good job, hon. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown in the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response. Thank you, baby.
That would protect her from the Steelwind strike.
But it doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? I may not have seen much, but I saw the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she? That's a good point, too. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil, but if you assume my logic is correct, she'd also still been alive. Why was Sybil motionless despite being conscious? Why wasn't she struggling against Arya? Let's see. Couldn't have been sleep spell. Was affected by a spell, but we know that's not true. I don't even know who the hell Rudolph is. Has to be Sybil, because it's all what? Oh, I know! No, not Sybil, because I did try that. Arceus was affected by minor illusion. Okay, Sybil was. Arya? Hey, Batboy. Okay, fine. We knew it. What? You're right again, hon. But I could have sworn I said this. Considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast a spell on her. Which spell did Arya cast on Sybil? Alright, let's look at Arya's spell compendium. Hold person. I'm a fucking idiot. Where is it? Ah! Yeah, I must have misclicked. Thank you, baby. It was hold creature. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with the spell. Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. She drowned. I don't have one option for the patron. Sybil drowned in Lake Galacron. When Alec threw her into Lake Galacron, her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's hold creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing the spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake.
I believe that covers all three of the murders, then.
Yes. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast hold creature on her, and Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shaped liquid.
The only common thread I see is the patron used some of the victim's magic against them.
How does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shaped liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him. No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyway, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his force cage. They also knew he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her when she had Stone Skin active.
They also knew the hold creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own stone skin.
Not only that, they did all this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly.
So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic.
Not only that,
They came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. Considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications.
something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there, so why can't you see it? It's no use, you just can't piece it together yet. You're not finished yet. There's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What's similar about some of the targets? Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrett Pierce. What's a similarity we could draw between at least two of them? Oh! Sybil... Oh, it'd been Von Sanctus. Oh, no. Sybil. I'm still... For some reason, it's because when you hit down on the thing, it actually goes down, but my brain keeps telling me it should be going up. Like you're pulling it down, rather than selecting the lower one. That's where my brain keeps fucking up. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses.
Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars?
It's the motive that makes the most sense. That does leave one question. Don't be coy. I'm not daft, Cuthbert. Actually, I highly doubt it was you. Really, now. Out of the most of the people there, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Wyvern Guard's military, and the cathedral is filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre, and you wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so.
So why wasn't Lucio targeted then?
From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. There's another explanation. Why didn't the target... Let's see. The patron... Arya wanted to save the victims. No. Okay. The patron wanted to frame Arya for the murders. No. Yeah, that's what it... Arya... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Sorry I keep using the guide so much, guys. Let's see. What? God damn it! Did it again! How many times have I done that? And I'm not even tired. I don't even get why I keep screwing up like that. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left them alive to cast suspicion on him. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those... Because you saw me go to wanted to frame Arya. So I had the idea in mind. But I don't know how I didn't see that I clicked it down. I'm out of it today. I don't know why.
That's why they used my daughter.
Is that a tinge of anger you feel from him? Anyway, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract to the Empress of Discord. What would have happened?
We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Mage Blight. She would have been convicted for the murders and trusted House Steelwind would be forever diminished.
But a month ago, House Freyga lost its head. His successor, Leaf Freyga, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now, the heads of Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all.
All four of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre.
I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families. Except the murder of Garrett Pierce.
Yes, in contrast to Sybil and Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison.
I did everything correct! Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why did the patron target Garrett Pierce? Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents. That's the only thing. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? You remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting? You finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided... Wait, you two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. You said you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you two. We weren't the intended recipients of that letter. That's right. So that leaves one last question. To Arya. To Sybil? Or to the patron? There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. Yeah, and I'm trying to do it as much as I can, but it's whenever I just hit, like, what do you want me to say, game? The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place. The patron! But that means the patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage. Yeah, that is so much more effective than a gavel bang.
Order! Order in the court!
But I don't understand. Sorry, I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron instead sent the letter to me.
Why go through the trouble of luring you there?
They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him. Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste, too. What? They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and this information he had was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them.
But who would be threatened by such information?
The mere existence of a McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have something to do with her birthright. Right. So who would that leave? What if the Eye-Taker orchestrated this whole thing?
The Eye-Taker? That common criminal? What reason would he have to do this?
I've heard firsthand he was planning to expand his influence throughout Wyverngard. He's actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Freyga to do so. Since I ruined his original plans, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family, and they were planning to use her to take the throne?
If he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger of having my daughter attack her?
Not only that, he had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty very well might have died alongside Vom Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Yeah, I suppose you're right. We need to consider every possibility. So we gotta do each one, I think. Much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only Pillar family whose house leader survived the past month.
You think I'm McCoy's biological father?
Ugh, you're barely a father to your actual daughter. I'm only stating the possibility for the sake of an argument. As I said, it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind would be blamed. We need to consider every possibility. Anyway, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? I recall during Beatrice Freyga's trial, we heard William Freyga's last will and testament. Mentioned that House Freyga's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children. So if McCoy were to be revealed as a Freyga, his daughters would legally be obligated to share the estate with her. Could I seriously be a Freyga? I don't want to suspect Leaf or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. As we've seen, the Freygas are no strangers to making deals with demons. But it doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leaf or Miriam would do something like this.
What are you basing that on?
Tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem the type to do something like this.
You're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this.
Suppose we'll have to see. And last suspect would be the royal family. King de Wyverngard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family? You think I'm a princess? I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. When it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes. But that wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child. Okay, don't know why I had to bring that up. My point is that King Oliver wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. You'd have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage. That's disgusting. That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyway, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child. And he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have had no claim to the throne under these circumstances. Right, I see what you mean. I suppose that eliminates Aster. I can't think of anyone else. There's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed. Well, you don't see him coming up with any ideas. There's something here I'm not seeing, but I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties this all together. Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I'm loath to allow such an individual to freely walk through Wyverngard. Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyverngard and magic. Do you know who this demon is?
I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes. But whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this.
Well, suppose we'll just cross that bridge when we get there.
We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered.
1 second.
How should we proceed?
Ugh.
What is it, Mr. Cuthbert?
I can't help but feel there's something here I'm not seeing. I just can't put my finger on it.
We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so we can look into these new leads.
I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we discovered today.
Then it's settled.
I don't know why it kind of flashed to Cuthbert for a second.
We'll be postponing proceedings for now, but you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning.
You're all free to return to your homes for the time being.
But make no mistake, the Kingsguard will be keeping careful watch over all of you.
There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind. Hey, Tyrion? As if you've forgotten something extremely important. Tyrion. What is it? What could be so important but so difficult to remember? Tyrion! Sorry. It's just thinking about everything. You're looking really stressed out. You want to head back to your house to rest? No, we only have a day till the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate. But you already know what happened. You just don't know who did it. Yeah, but we should speak with some of the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the eye of Horus. But one of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him? Suppose I'll have to speak with him too. What? No! What if he tries to kill you again? Arya's life is on the line. It's a risk I'll have to take. Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into? What? Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles. They even attacked a member of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved. Isn't this above your pay grade? Ow. You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole thing's crazy, isn't it? It's fine. It's just like any other of our investigations. It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't... Her voice begins to break. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion. I know. Tyrion, you almost died. I know, Celeste. No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying onto the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were... She can't even complete the sentence. Celeste, you were so focused on everything else, you've been ignoring her. She's attacked by Arya and almost died. Never even thought about how much traumatic that must have been for her. Sorry, I didn't think... Don't apologize. Just please leave the Lucio and the Scaled Lord. Oh yeah, he's torn to shit. He's gone. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out. What if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant I think they can't do it without me. But what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that? I don't care if that happens. Celeste! I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this. All I want is to keep you safe. I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore. Even she seemed surprised with what she said. Sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm really happy you're a part of my life. What? I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but you're not gonna stop, are you? It's like I've always said. Man, king or god, nothing will stop you from getting justice from your clients. I'm gonna talk to Lucio. What? If we're gonna meet with the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us. Celeste, that's hardly... Nope! You don't get a say in this. And if you're not here when I get back, I will find you. Judging from her expression, that's not an empty threat. Fine, just go. She might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after all this is done. Be a life with her. Wait, what? Alright, Lucio's cleared it. Surprisingly easy to convince him. Oh, you okay? I'm fine. Let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her. Hey, don't walk so far ahead! You need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. When this is all over, you'll... Well, I suppose you'll have to think about that until then. God, these two dorks. To the Kingsguard teleportation network, you arrive back in Ratholm. Due to Celeste's insistence, you're being escorted by a division of the Kingsguard. They definitely make you look out of place. As you walk through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone who sees you. Sir, where will we be heading first? It's a little strange giving orders at nights. Definitely gonna take some getting used to. What's wrong? Definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah, I'll try and pace myself. Anyway, we should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles will return to their respective homes. Alright, our teleportation network should help you travel around Wyvern. Just go in order, I guess. You arrive back at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. You probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again, but you wonder if Astor or Lucio would be here. Sir, I've spoken with the groundskeeper. His Majesty and the Grand General are currently visiting Lady Steelwind. Supposedly they'll be here later to talk to the High Speaker. And I'll come back later. I'm trying to move as fast as I can. If I get to the trial before midnight, we'll just handle it and finish it off. You arrive at Frega Manor, hoping to speak with Leaf and Miriam. There's some asking around. Some of the servants mentioned they appear to be entertaining guests in the study. You normally wouldn't interrupt them, but you've already eaten up a lot of time traveling here. Whatever they're discussing can wait. Orc. Ah! As you enter the study, Tracker runs up to you and begins barking. Once he sees who you are, he calms down. Oh, hello friends! Sorry for Borks. Tracker thought he smelled something bad. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. You scan the room and see that Miriam is there too. And they appear to be speaking with Lord Assumptus. Sorry for barging in, Leaf. No, it's no problem at all. Her motions imply she already knows why you're here. Skip the pleasantries. Mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened? Of course. I'll do anything to help us Lady Steelwind's situation. Did I leave? No, you were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi. Why is he upset about that? Leaf, I'm sure you know why I'm here. I just want to preface this by saying I highly doubt you were behind this. No, I perfectly understand. Frankly, I'm so at a loss. I have no idea who did this. What are you talking about? He was clearly that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you go interrogate him? Make no mistake, we intend to. But I'd like to cover everything else before I confront him. Let him be, Miriam. But it's his fault that Beatrice is... Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened. But Leaf is really growing into being a leader. What? Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times he's acting in good faith. And he's capable of convicting criminals even we can't see. You mentioned Beatrice before. Something happened. It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then, and Marunath has gone missing. What? Must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting so strangely. Right? If it weren't for her, I never would have thought of considered trying to issue a divine edict. She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask. I appreciate your trust. All of you. I have to ask, where were you between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day? Luckily, we were all together. Me, Leaf, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2 p.m. But around 2 p.m., my sister and Miss Ilmater both went missing. I can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Shh now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, it's hardly anything Miss Ilmater could do to stop. I really do hope she's okay. She's been missing since the massacre. You mentioned you all went to search for her. Did you see anything? No, we were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds. When we arrived at the nave, we found Aster trapped in a force cage. Maybe lose track of each other? No, we stayed together for the entire time. But we did consider splitting up to cover more ground. The Kingsguard found us and asked us to say where we were. Right, suppose that makes sense. Did you see Eris at all when this happened? No, we never saw her. She went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. That's really suspicious. You don't think... It's definitely possible she was involved in this. Not to mention the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter. She's his what? You didn't know? I thought that Beatrice would have told you. No, she didn't mention that at all. Vega getting his ass beat by OBS. Damn, though. Of course he'd start streaming tonight. But, c'est la vie. I want to finish this. We can even bind her, that is. Suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately? How dare you! No, I understand where he's coming from. Everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If we were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been with us. You didn't catch any incriminating thoughts with them through the eye. You've been misled by it before. Nevertheless, we still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you during the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made the contract with. I understand that, but why not just apply brute force? What? Due to the king's funeral, the King's Guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right! I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. I kind of love that, though. That it's literally just like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. We're doing it this way. Alright. Miriam, invoke your contract. Okay? No. Leaf, show your contract. No. Tracker, invoke your contract. Keep going! I mean, if it doesn't have an MP cost, why not? Wait, is that safe? There's only one way to find out. You take out your notes and begin looking at your list of suspects. You might be at this for a while, so you may as well go in order. You clear your throat in preparation. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster de Wyverngard. Ooh! Tyrion? What's wrong? You collapse to the ground as you suddenly find yourself overcome in immense pain. What? What's happening to him? Lazarus, use your magic to heal him. Right. Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't go around declaring lies like that. What? I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun yet. Are you? Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I guess I'll save you just this once. Tyrion, please wake up. You're okay. You most certainly don't feel okay. You feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you even to sit up like this. Are you okay, Fred? Yeah. What happened? You died. What? I've never brought anyone back from something like that. It was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are. If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened? I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing a divine edict. Wait, was that the cause? But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. The divine edict hard it because he does not have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. So yeah, you can't just go randomly. You can't. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for angels as well. The divine edict is clearly some sort of divine magic, so asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. Sorry, it's my fault for suggesting it. No, I was being reckless. Please be more careful. I don't think my heart can take this. At least we know Aster isn't behind it. He's the most obvious one. By the way, you should still make note of this. Aster de Wyverngard has no contract with the blood Empress of Discord. Obviously. Anyway, it's clear I can't just issue these edicts without thinking. Just have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Please be careful. Alright, found everything. Moving on. So I guess they're done. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. As you enter, you're approached by Aster, Alaric, and Lucio. How's your investigation? Are you okay? You look quite pale. Yeah, there was a bit of an accident earlier, and you're a little too embarrassed you almost ended up dying.
I'll try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand.
Why is everything you say so aggressive? Anyway, you finally have your next suspect, but judging from the evidence you gathered, it's unlikely that Aster is the patron. You do wonder if he saw something, though. Let me take a quick glance. Alright. So, yeah, the guide I'm using doesn't tell how much we have to listen to, but yeah, we're going to be here a bit.
Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert?
Oh, sorry. After he attacked you in Frega Manor, you've always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he may very well have killed you that day.
Not going to attack you again.
I hope you can understand my unease. You did almost kill me the first time we met. What? That's not...
It's because you're a Heavensborn.
What? Oh, that's interesting. What does me being a Heavensborn have to do with this? It's difficult to explain to someone like you. A warrior such as I must hone and develop our senses to spy in battle. Eventually, you develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I've heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice Frega's familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense. Me and Marnath? As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so far as to say I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't quite feel human. So that's why you attacked me? I was exuding a threatening aura?
It was actually the opposite. Your aura was too calming and benign. I thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion.
I see. That's quite an astounding ability.
What about you, McCoy?
What?
Did you not sense a similar aura when you first met him?
Is that true? Well... Oh, there's something else inside the inn. Is that guy visiting my dad? Oh, wow. He's kind of cute. Yeah, it was kind of similar. For some reason you feel a little embarrassed. Yeah. No, I think it was the Goddess of Discord. But why does she have a contract to protect me? Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. It's because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it? Your Majesty, you are the reigning king of Wyvern. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity. Of course, my apologies, Lord Steelwind. Anyway, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? A lot of the evidence works in your favor. He doesn't have a blood contract, after all. Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence, nonetheless. Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set up that trap for Aster?
No, I haven't.
It makes me uneasy you'd let someone get that close to my father's body.
Yes, I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely.
So your men were guarding the late king's coffin?
Yes. There wasn't a single moment where his body was left unguarded.
We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the force cage. Although, we're still not sure who could have set that trap. There are also members of the Kingsguard who can cast both Force Cage and Glyph of Contingency. Many of them fell comatose during the massacre. So we don't even know if one of them betrayed us.
Do you think my men are that weak, Your Majesty?
I think anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress.
Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set.
This means we have no... You know what? I might stop doing voices once we get back to the dragon. Just because my throat. That's a good point, hon. But how powerful would the patron be then? But yeah, when we get back to Rathalion, I'm not going to do his voice, just because my throat will die. I was actually meaning to ask about that. Couldn't we wait the 48 hours to elapse? If we make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards when the trap was set.
Well, normally we could.
When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try and destroy it. Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force cage.
Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the Glyph of Contingency. We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph or His Majesty's firebolt.
It's also why I'm trying to, like, kind of shorthand some things they're saying. I'm terribly sorry about that. Can't blame him for reacting like that, but it's gonna be harder figuring out harder. I heard you two visited Arya today. How's she doing? I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered. No thanks to you. What? She's only in this situation because of you. Lucio, that's not me. You're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her. She's far too weak for this. If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her, and instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. But you know nothing about her. She's far stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she's always carved her own path and pursued justice. Her own path? She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty. What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside. And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? If she wanted to fix our justice system, she could have done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Timur. That's interesting. And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. I know why she became a prosecutor. She thought if she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her. You're wrong, Lucio. Arya Steelwind would never care about me that much. Are you seriously that dense? When you were still engaged to Lady Freyga, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter with no regard for her feelings. I remember each and every time I heard her silently crying in her quarters because of how oblivious you are. She's changed every part of herself in order to please you. Is he getting angry on her behalf? I had no idea. My daughter is far stronger than any of us, but she's weak when it comes to you. Lucio, there's no point in fighting amongst ourselves. Please stay focused on the investigation. Seems he cares more about Arya than you realized. The eye shows his feelings are real. Then why is he doing everything he can to convict her? The mood's a little tense. I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going such lengths for my daughter? What do you mean? Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part of this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning? Lucio, I'm not planning anything. Please, do you expect me to believe you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? Well, Scaled Lord, you actually are doing this for that reason. This is what all Heavensborn are like. I don't like thinking about it that way. I just can't stand by when I see injustice taking place. Even if you're standing in my way, I'll do whatever it takes to save Arya. I wouldn't throw around such promises loosely. I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Anyway, it appears you have no idea who set that trap. No information here. So, on to realizing that, Eye Taker is dead. You make your way back to the alleyway that Timora brought you to a month ago. It'd be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with you, so they've hidden themselves in a building nearby. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold and channel her magic into. If she ever stops focusing her magic, the Kingsguard will come running. You ready? Yeah, let's do this. The Eye Taker's your prime suspect. Everyone else has an alibi and no motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father is a criminal. She still hasn't turned up. Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3. What? There's no one here. Damn it! Of course he's not here. You betrayed him and you knew where his hideout was. You take a close look at the desk you was sitting at during your previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust on it. Doesn't look like anyone's been here a while. Must have moved his operation elsewhere on the day you convicted Beatrice. Guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore. You see Celeste toss the Kingsguard runestone on the ground. A few seconds later, you hear the footfalls of soldiers rushing toward your destination. Freeze in the name of Wyvern! You see him freeze as he scans the room and no one else is there. Be careful, sir. They seem to have turned themselves invisible. They're not here, you idiot. Uh-oh. You let out a frustrated sigh as you take a seat on the chair nearby. A cloud of dust is launched in the air as you do so. You hit the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means or the motive. But he's probably long gone. It's over. Sorry. But you did everything you could, didn't you? Wasn't good enough. Part of you knew it was a long shot. If he was involved, he'd have kept his head down. What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. Wait a minute. Actually, there is one person who might know. What do you... Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. Sure? You two aren't exactly... I know. I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. You're not looking forward to seeing her again. At least that's what you keep telling yourself. You'll have to process these feelings later. You have a job to do. The Timora Law Office. You arrive at the office of Timora's law firm. According to Arya, Timora is still practicing. Looks like she hasn't gone into hiding like the Eye-Taker did. And if anyone knows where he is, she will. Bring your hand up to knock on the door, but you stop after a moment. Sir? After everything that's happened, you still don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all those things you said to her keep replaying in your mind. You feel the familiar warmth of Celeste's hand once again. You take a deep breath and steel your resolve. You knock on the door. A moment of silence thereafter fills you with anxiety and dread. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm not currently accepting clients at... Cuthbert? Happy! And sad and anxious. She looks completely frozen for a while, but her gaze narrows as she notices the Legion of Night escorting you. Are you here to arrest me? No, of course not. Can we come in? Yeah, of course. You take a seat inside the office, but you can't really think of anything to say. And the Knights aren't really helping to alleviate the tension. Hey, Celeste, could you take the Knights outside and do a perimeter of the building? What? But, are you sure? I am. But what if something happens? Celeste, we're in a populated building in the capital of Wyverngard. I think they'll be fine. No, but... Sorry, you're right. Just... With a motion of her hand, the Knights follow her out of the office. Right before she leaves, she waits at the door and looks at you for a while. But after a while, she realizes how long she's been staring and quickly closes the door. Alright, let's get this over with. Small talk. Celeste's okay. She seems a bit on edge right now. Yeah, I think she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. I did almost die a few times in the last few days. What? It's a long story. And I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it. Especially not with you. That last part came out with a little more disdain than you intended. You take a deep breath. I received your letters. Oh, did you... I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet. Of course. Whenever you're not busy. This is really awkward. You're gonna have this conversation sooner or later. Best to be direct. Miss Timora, I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you everything about myself. I put all of my hopes into you. And you lied to me. You told a criminal about the Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about it, and you knew that. Why did you even adopt me? You could have just left me in Arnax and moved on with your life. Why would you pull me into this? Sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes. I started thinking about what my life could have been. I've done so many things. Might have been able to move on. But you adopted me. You made my entire life focused around that one moment. I had a son once. Before you, I mean. But I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run an old tea shop. Two of us. Wait, you ran a tea shop? I know. It's ridiculous now I think about it. I was really happy back then. It happened. One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept the entire case under the rug, obviously. They said the nobleman felt threatened and acted in self-defense. She never told you about this before. What was his name? It was Ryan. Oh. What'd you do after Ryan died? I thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt and blinded by rage, so I decided to take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't? No. At the time, I thought killing him would be too easy. I broke into his manor and found every incriminating document I could find. I I found everything, from records of illegitimate children to plots he was making against the other houses. Released everything to the public. Absolutely ruined him. But I realized there was a way to make them pay. You didn't have to harm or kill anyone. You just beat them at their own game. Use the rules and laws they made against them. Just like an attorney. Yeah, just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Wyvern Guard laws, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients who were clearly being framed by the nobility, but I really didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with the irrefutable evidence. But it got more difficult. As I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I continued to acquit my clients, but the trials got closer and closer each time. I was arrogant. I felt invincible. I thought no matter what happened, justice would prevail. Then your mother's case happened. I've never met someone that remarkable before. You had this way of making you feel happy. What kind of mood you were in. Yeah. Remember. I failed her. I failed you. Miss Tamora, I never once blamed you for what happened. I know. That doesn't change the fact I couldn't acquit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough. When you asked me to train you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. How pathetic must I have been, that I'd look for a grieving 10-year-old. When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted no revenge on the nobility. But I was too self-centered to realize you were nothing like me. You care about people. You cared more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew it all along, I just refused to see it. Maybe you were right about me. What? Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. I took you from your home and forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never really cared. If I did care, I wouldn't have pulled you into a life like this. Sorry. I can't even begin to apologize for doing that. The eye shows her feelings are real. Does that even matter? I've been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, Miss Tamora, but I don't know if I can. I don't blame you, but I want to try. She looks away from you for a moment as she wipes a single tear. Miss Tamora, no, don't call me that. What? If you can truly find it in your heart to forgive me, I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior, nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. So call me by my first name. Oh, okay, Ruby. Saying it feels really strange after all these years. I hope you can get used to it. Right, I almost forgot the entire reason I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile. I need your help with something. Okay? I need you to help me speak with the Eye Taker. Tyrion, I know. Considering the circumstances, it would strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion, but if you could just tell me where he is, I'll do what I can to make sure it doesn't get traced. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's dead. What? He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. What? Everyone's saying it was some sort of retaliation from House Freyga. Didn't you notice he didn't send anyone after you? But Eris said... Wait a minute. Yep. Then why would Eris say that? Eris? Who's Eris? What? You've met her before. Long black hair, wears a black dress. I suppose she really likes black. But anyway, she's the Eye Taker's daughter. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair. What? She was there when we spoke during Beatrice's trial. That's right. What are you talking about? She don't even have to be in the fucking room. She was never at that meeting. What? What is going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. Why are you remembering things differently? Whoever this patron is, they have full ownership of her mind. They could have easily commanded her to forget signing the contract. No. Tyrion? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? A part of you really hopes you're wrong about this. Why are Ruby's memories different from yours? because Ruby signed a blood contract. This is something I saw when I was checking how long. This is the only explanation you could think of, but why? Her memory seeing intact, except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, you've highly suspected she was involved in this. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, she went missing that same time that Beatrice did. You never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater? Eris Ilmater is the Empress of Discord. A flood of memories come back to you. Warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses in battle. Eventually you develop the sense to sense danger. Hold that they're enhanced when extraplanars. Tyrion, I fought monsters and escaped my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come close. I get this feeling. It's like I'm in front of a predator I can never hope to beat. Every instinct tells me to run when she's close. I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this. That's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me. Still very little you know about demons, so what's to say one can't take the appearance of a human? But it's a long shot. But there is one way to find out for sure. Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Esplicis or the Archduke. What? If you're wrong about this, there's no way either of them will get here in time. It's already late and the trial resumes tomorrow. You can't waste any more time traveling to their locations. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the eye of Horus I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Timora. So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion. Look at her occupation. The entire time, I've been chasing you. You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around. You've been making contracts with people around Wyverngard. You took control of Aria and Beatrice. But why? Why would you want to do any of this? Well, I can't possibly reveal all of my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle. But I suppose you've come this far. So how about I give you a little gift? Upon signing this contract, Ruby Timora grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Timora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. Okay, so at least Ruby isn't soulbound. What was that? Ruby, Eris Ilmater is a demon. And she's not just any demon, she's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her. What? Tyrion, I swear on my life I didn't know anything about this. I know. She probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya. Arya? What does the prosecutor have to do with this? Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to... What are you holding? Is that a blood contract? Celeste, Eris is the Empress of Discord. What? It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract. She probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre. What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time, but how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Marna. You know how unbelievable this is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that.
Need to contact the Grand General immediately.
What if she's really a demon? Is it even possible to arrest her? It's already been a day. Someone like her would have been more than enough time to skip town. We'll need to speak with the Archduke about it. Thank you, Ruby. Helped us more than you could ever know. You have, of course. Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We need to discuss our next course of action. Right! You're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you. Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately? Yeah? I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case. It's just that... What's wrong? Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. I think I'm just being my normal paranoid self. I'm not the one with the ability to read minds anyway. So if you're not seeing it, it's probably nothing. Even Ruby can see it. Okay? I know you can't tell me about what you're doing, and I have no idea what could possibly involve the Kingsguard, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord. But stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left. I will. I promise. Thank you. You finally found the lead you're looking for. You're not sure where it'll take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen. Who is Eris? Why would she go through the trouble of orchestrating any of this? She not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, she pretended to be your friend. What's her goal? Hopefully, tomorrow will bring you all the answers. Fuck it, we're going. Is something wrong, Commander?
Play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you deliver yourself to our doorstep?
Oh, Arm. I put far too much story into this to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends.
You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this some kind of game to you?
That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative. But I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. Is she straight up calling out? It's like, yeah, I'm pretty similar to Phoenix, right? Shame about the timing of it all, though.
You're goddamn insane.
That took you long enough to notice. I guess the Oafish Inquisition Commander does have some observational skill right away.
Whatever. You better not be trying anything.
You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking. No more god-awful teasing when we both know who's really behind this. Just me and you. You know what? I'm taking away the vote. We're going. We're finishing this. And as I said, I'm not doing his voice. My throat can't take it. Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met. You're a lot smaller than I expected. Who is this woman? Why did they put a civilian before the scaled lord? People of the court, thank you for your patience. Until now, we've known this woman as Eris Ilmeter. And ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwood signed a blood contract with a demon called the Empress of Discord. Yeah, I'll refresh my drink. It's not quite hydration, but making a fresh thing of water would be too much, so I'll just get a little more tea. I'll be right back. Yeah, even in bottled water, I just can't stand the taste, so I have to disguise it with flavorings. We had no idea who they were or what they even looked like, but we know the truth now. People of the Wyvern Guard nobility, the woman on this witness stand isn't a civilian. She's the demon known as the Empress of Discord. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral, posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre members of the nobility.
Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in a massacre. Let's force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with it.
Ah, how typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all his problems with violence. Let me ask you this. Why are you assuming the patron is a human? What? In Arya's contract, it says the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them.
If what you're saying is true, this makes this a simple matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom.
Haven't you forgotten what my underling said during Frega's trial? As a demon, I can never truly die. If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. I wonder what might happen to your daughter if you were to draw my ire. You're prosecuting her and playing the villain, but I know the truth. You secretly care about her, don't you?
What nonsense are you spouting?
When you thought she had mage blight, you had to prosecute her. You held on to the little hope you could convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, her position might have been salvageable. And you did this all so she could be with her beloved Hester. What? But then it was revealed she signed a blood contract with me. That changed everything. Mageblade is one thing, but a demon owning her soul? She can't very well be a queen like this, now can she? You had to find out who the patron was before her trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise your beloved daughter would never be free. And you did all this because you feel bad for what you did to her. Everything that's how good about Steelwind. Is that what you were doing? Because the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. You feel so guilty about killing her mother, you couldn't bear to face her. No, Eris, stop this. And you know what that did, and you know what that did to her. You didn't just take away her mother, you took away her father, too. You starved her of any affection. She couldn't help but latch onto the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness. Eris! She didn't fall in love with Aster, she became obsessed with him. She stopped being her own person, and she clings to him like a parasite. She changed everything about herself to suit his likes and dislikes. And you know deep down in your heart, you know if he's ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me. Even if you do know who I am, your daughter will never be safe from my influence. But I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract. What? What is it? My contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery. Wretch! I'll hunt you to the end. Enough. Lucio, we cannot antagonize her if we want to find out how this happened. Is she right? Is Arya's fate truly doomed? There has to be something you can do. I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble, probably not even a citizen. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this? Tyrion, why are you here? What? Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try and seek justice in a clearly unjust world? I don't know, honestly. I think you do know. The answer's simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people, you fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... It feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? You know you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. And when you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. If you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. That superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving into it. But just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make you all suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Humanity is a stain on the world. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are, and I despise those who try to pretend they're anything different. You're wrong, Eris. Humanity is so much more than you realize, and I truly pity you for that's all you see in us. Oh, so now it's us! That actually just reminded me, there's something I hate even more than humanity. I despise the Celestials with the upper planes that go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. I'm good at crazy. And they realized that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil. So they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. It's so self-indulgent, it makes me want to puke. That's what the Heavensborn are? It is, and I've made quite a hobby of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. I throw them into the deepest pits of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's no greater joy in my eternal life. It took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion. Wait, are you saying... You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion. Oh.
Objection! That's enough out of you, you witch!
Lucio?
Cuthbert, you promised me you would save my daughter together.
I'm sorry,
You said those words to me with such conviction. Yet here you stand, quivering like a grunt in his first battle. Are a few meager doubts enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert?
He's probably desperate at this point. If Eris is the patron, there's very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, her blood contract was short and concise. There's very little room for interpretation, so you probably can't dispute it either. What kind of attorney would you be? No, what kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through? Eris, we didn't call you here to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out! Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you. But I do wonder how long that'll last. It's true. Ooh. I love the final boss theme. It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew at the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Freyga to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Freyga and Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Freyga and Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. The only motivation for my action was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. Before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow any direct or indirect orders from anyone. Your testimony is pretty thorough. Of course, I am a demon, after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it'd be best to be as detailed as possible. That way there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion? Definitely playing with you. She might not have technically lied, but she's not acting in good faith. You should look at her testimony more closely. The only thing that immediately comes to mind is... My motivation was to harm Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. But Pierce, none of them are his friends. Is something wrong, Tyrion? I went through all this trouble to get your attention. The least you could do is appreciate it.
Enough. Stay on subject, witness. I'm not complaining about this.
But if you really wanted to make me suffer, wouldn't you just go after the people close to me? Oh, but what would be the fun in that? Killing people is such an easy task. Even a child can do it. There are much more effective ways to make someone suffer. Okay, so you can... You know what? I assume because she was replacing... Hold on, I'm going to go back. Blah, blah, blah. Because we're doing this for the story and not the challenge at this point, and we're already going to be in overtime for a while, I am going to cheat. Because with games like this, it's not really a matter of skill, it's just a matter of time before you piece together the right answer. And I'd like to get this done sometime before 2 a.m. So, I'm going to pull up my guide, and we're just going to go through this as quick as possible. Is everyone alright with that? I'll give it a couple more seconds just in case anyone else has an objection. Pun not intended. Alright, we're moving on. So let's see. It is... Pull up my guide over here. Press the new statement. Why are you using their full names? You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Freyga I enthralled. The list is very long, you know. Ignore her, Lucio. She's trying to get under your skin. Anyway, aside from Pierce, Sanctus, and Sybil, were key members of the Wyvern Guard nobility. What reason could you have to kill the three of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths. No, but... You specifically went after them. I did, but I didn't have any specific reason to do so. That doesn't make any sense. Suppose it doesn't. Anyway, would you like to add that to my testimony? What? It'd help you, wouldn't it? Yeah, I suppose so. She's got to be the most unpredictable witness you've cross-examined. So now, let's see. It is... Okay. Present the murder of Garrett Pierce. Didn't have a reason to kill them. Okay, yeah. It's because quickly and efficiently as possible, but yet she had this weird way of killing Pierce. You just said that you needed Arya to kill him as quickly and efficiently as possible. That's not exactly what happened, did it? Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. It's not what I was referring to. Oh? You said you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match what happened to Garrett Pierce, doesn't it? Is that so? That look on her face. Why does she look so happy? Yeah, because that's the look of joy! Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It only makes sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. That clearly wasn't your intent. I agree. So why would I do that? For the love of God, woman, can you stop speaking in riddles? I have no love for any god aside from myself. She's behaving differently than she was during her testimony. She's being vague. She's still hiding something? Alright, stop getting baited by her words and take a moment to think about this. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing with people's emotions. Stick to the facts you know. In her testimony, she said the following. Didn't have a reason, I just needed Arya to kill them. Could have been trying to mislead you. But what phrase did she use to mislead you? Quickly and efficiently. Because of Celeste didn't end up happening, but that seems like something intentional. No. She said she needed Arya, but that phrasing doesn't mean she required Arya. There we go. She said her victims instead of the victims. Small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And you recall Marineth using a similar trick during Beatrice's trial, which can only mean the victims aren't the same as her victims. Eris, which of the people in the case were your victims? Well, considering what happened, I guess you could say that everyone on that day was my victim. Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Freyga or Arya Steelwind? I knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you? If that's what you think, it's definitely possible. Again with the vague answers. Why'd she even agree to testify? There's nothing any of you can threaten her with. Nothing you can do can harm her. She could have easily gone into hiding. She never had to come here, which means she wanted to come here. But why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd Von Sanctus? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Coraline Sybil? Arya Steelwind. Who killed Garrett Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Out with it, demon! Who killed Garrett Pierce? I refuse to answer. She's doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she's trying to guide you to the truth. But for what purpose? Who killed Garrett Pierce? Has to be Beatrice. She has no problem admitting that. Then it would be... An unknown person killed Garrett Pierce. That must mean... Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you? Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that. Are you serious? I grow sick of your games, demon. You knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove the patron's identity using a divine edict. Because of the risk of getting it wrong, it leaves you right where you started. Who's the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for this? You want me to find out the truth, so why are you staying silent? Because it'll be so much better when you discover it yourself. That means you already have the evidence you need. You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you? But how did you... It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're just refusing to see it. You're refusing to see who I made a contract with that day. You made your contract with your patron on that day? Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human oh no. So think it through carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day? Think through this. Let everything else disappear from the world and only think of the facts. If Eris wasn't the patron, that means someone else was controlling Arya's actions. They still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do we know about the patron through the first murders? We know that the patron is experienced in lethal magic. Yeah, we did that today. Things changed when they murdered Pierce. Eris implied neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So did the patron kill him personally? But why? They already had control. Yeah, I think Avalanche is landing right where I am too. And imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their involvement. They become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya? No, Beatrice was already able to slip past them. That's how she was able to knock you and Pierce out with a sleep spell at 2:30. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? Let's see. The patron wanted to kill Pierce personally. Yeah, I think I didn't see this part because I'm trying not to look at the guide unless I need it because obviously it's spoilers. But does that mean Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. Apparently it's right there, so what aren't you seeing? Whoever did this, they murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil, and those two were house leaders of the Four Pillars. In a way, they both represented corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Von Sanctus essentially got away with murdering Justin Way, and Sybil clearly had an apathetic approach to remedying the corruption within the justice system. The biggest clue you have is the one that Eris indirectly gave you. All for you. Also, I can see your despair when you realize the truth. She wants you to discover it. At first, she's trying to make you feel guilty about what happened. If that were true, she wouldn't still be here. Something else she wants you to realize, because it'll throw you into despair. So review everything you've deduced about whoever she made a contract with. We already know! Yeah, Pierce was the very first case. I think Sean caught on too. The creative and skilled at magic. They must have been constantly exposed to creative uses of magic. Not to mention, they personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what you know, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing the contract. So whoever did it must have the strength to threaten her, or were deeply trusted. In addition, they must, close to the prayer room. And lastly, they must have had an emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? What? No, that's not... It's the most logical conclusion with what you know thus far. We have to keep doing it. No, it can't be. That's not... Eris wanted to make you suffer, but you can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. You owe it to everyone in Wyverngard to see this through. You need to follow through, no matter how painful. This is really good, by the way. This is really, really effective. Stop it. It has to be someone else. She would never. Can you think of anyone else? Who else could Eris have chosen? Who else could she have chosen that make you feel like this? Damn it! Scream. Your scream of anguish echoes. I can't... By the way, another thing. Once we do finish the move, I'll be willing to do anytime a voice has these screams. I just don't want to be screaming in my apartment at midnight. Everyone's caught off guard and stares at you in confusion. What? What is it? Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert? Tyrion, are you... You can feel your eyes well up as you look at her. One look at your expression tells her everything she needs to know. There it is! You've realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long. What are you talking about? I demand an explanation. Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered? Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. issue your divine edict right now. You want to be wrong. You've never wanted anything more in your entire life. Nothing would make you happier than having the edict fail, even if it were to cost you your life. But you know the truth. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. By the eye of Horus, I issue you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Say it! Say her name so everyone can hear it! Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Celeste McCoy. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent on the eternal Oh, shit! The eternal servitude. The apparent death. That's such a fucking shit way to word it, too, because she doesn't even have to say, but he didn't die. The apparent death. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. Lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce with her own hand. Afterward, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness shall be restored. I died? Tyrion, I'm sorry, What the hell is going on? Demon, what is the meaning of this? It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for have been right in front of you the entire time. Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord? It's the only thing that would save Tyrion. What? I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris. They broke past me and ran into the prayer room. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce. It was you. Tyrion, you... She can't even bring herself to say it. You realize now, Tyrion? Stop it. Celeste McCoy's the most important person in your life. She is the last person that hadn't betrayed you. And she signed away her soul to me, all so she could save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were? Boy, does this mean what I think it means? Yeah. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing the blood contract. What? How could you? Stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to... She used the contract to make you act against your will. So it wasn't just Miss Steelwind and Miss Frigga who were controlled. You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to free your daughter. I must execute Celeste McCoy. What? Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her. Lucio, we can't act rashly. I'll let you in on a little demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you confine her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya, no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control. Do it. What? What are you saying? I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted to what I did. I kept holding on to the hope it was all some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. I was hoping you'd find something that proved all of this wasn't my fault. You finally found the culprit you've been looking for, and it absolutely breaks your heart. That nagging feeling you've been experiencing is because you subconsciously refuse to believe she'd betray you. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. That unease is still there. Are you in denial? No, this is different. I suppose there's no reason to continue with this. What? I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert. Even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over. I'll not allow this demon to control my daughter. You can't just... Kingsguard, restrain him. Wait!
Lucio!
That's enough. What kind of court is this? To everyone's surprise, Arya leapt from the platforms above and landed right on the witness stand. She forcibly pushes Eris out of the way, something that even catches her off guard. Arya? I'm so sorry, Celeste, you are innocent until proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on you until that is unequivocally proven. But Arya, I did this.
Arya, what are you doing?
How dare you, father? What? How could you possibly think you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? Right. And again, there's one thing in her contract. Apparent death. Apparent. So it's already wrong. Because she didn't revive him because he didn't die. It was his apparent death. So therefore, this whole fucking contract is null and void. Also, hang on. Hang on. How did... This doesn't make sense. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's also a huge contradiction I just realized. Hold on. Let me go back. I never fought Arya. Okay. But then... Okay, so here's the thing, right? Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. She confirmed that, and they can't lie. So Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. How the fuck did she manage that if the contract was signed after? Because Pierce's death... Where is it? Where's the autopsy? Pierce's death, right, was at 2:45. Their death was at 2:20 at the earliest, right? So how did she come in here, sign this contract, and then get Celeste to make Arya sign the contract? That's fucking impossible. This is all bullshit. If you were actually a prosecutor, I would file for your immediate disbarment. And you, Mr. Cuthbert, how can you just stand there? Me? You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until her last breath? I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to approach this objectively. But that's impossible. Because that's what we just heard. That would mean... Oh, sorry. Tyrion... The contract here, with the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress... Yeah, there's no fucking way. Because there's no other time that he apparently died, that Eris was there, that she could have made the contract signed. The only time this could have been done, which Celeste even testified to, which up here... Shut up. God damn it. Okay, the only thing I could do to save Tyrion, the person, I fought Beatrice and Eris. They ran past me into the prayer room. That was when she signed the contract. There's no fucking way. This is all a sham. She's gonna be fine. What? Justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. I see it in her eyes when she's with you, Tyrion. You mean the world to her. She consigned her very soul to hell to protect you. If you abandon her when she needs you most, I will never forgive you. Tyrion, Celeste, can you testify about what happened? What? But Arya's right. We need to do this properly. I agree. And I will not pass judgment until we determine exactly what happened. It's a really good scare, too, because you can understand it, but that contract is so full of fucking holes. Like a fine cheese. It's obvious he wants to be done with this as soon as possible. But even if he controls the Kingsguard, the rest of the room is against him. Do as you wish. But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary. Very well. Miss McCoy, please take the stand. Celeste. Tyrion, can you testify about what you did that day? Yeah. Because, and they've always hinted at it, that a blood contract... Oh! I saw that. I saw that. I saw that glitch out of the corner of my eye. That's a lie. You were knocked out at 1:45. A lot earlier for a meeting. Nope. Impossible. So, okay. There it is. That too. Good call, Mappy. But here. Yeah, exactly. And they've done it before. And here's the thing. They might be able to rewrite her memories of the time, right? But they can't rewrite the autopsies. Because the autopsies are divine magic. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize she'd use my eternal servitude to control my body, blah, blah, blah. The nagging feeling is still there. There's something off about her testimony. On with it. Begin your cross-examination. Gladly. You were actually knocked out at... Let's see... Actually, Beatrice Eris attracting the guards. Okay. I think it's here. If it's not here, I'm just going to... Okay, let's check the guide. What do you want? Let's see. Least testimony at 2 out of 7. So I was right on where, but not what. Least testimony, which is... Yeah, Beatrice and Eris were accounted for until 2. According to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40. You went out to investigate, and that's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. Yeah, I lied about my fight against Arya. Never even fought her. That's true. How do you explain that discrepancy? You can't trust your own memories, but Leaf shouldn't have been affected. Thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. I was pretty sure of the time. We're supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m. Wait, what did you just say? Our meeting with Pierce was scheduled at 1:45, right? What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? Celeste, there's something that's fundamentally off about your testimony. I swear I'm not lying. Your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match with what we learned so far. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you, you saw them at 1:40. But Leaf, Miriam, and Asiplis didn't lose track of them until 2. What? When did they say that? What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke to them. I know, I was paying really close attention. I needed to see how close you were to finding me out. So why can't I remember? She can't remember? Cuthbert, judging by what happened to you, Eris Ilmater doesn't need a contract to affect others' memories. It's possible she changed the memories of Leaf Freyga and her entourage. It's not just that, Lucio. There's something else that Celeste clearly remembers differently that contradicts a physical piece of evidence. Alright, what physical evidence do we have? Oh yeah, the autopsies. Said you meeting much... Oh yeah, right, the letter. Celeste, this letter from Garrett Pierce told him to meet us at the prayer room at 2 p.m. Take care, Sean. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely. We don't know the full extent of her capabilities. Can we really rule that out? You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. At this point, anything is possible, and Eris is far too unpredictable to say for sure. If Lucio's right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crime, could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wished. But if she'd done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence you found or deduced has been logically consistent. The contradictions of what Celeste was saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements. What explains Celeste's contradicting memories? Eris Ilmater. Let's see. Okay, I'm not even going to bother in this one. Okay, so yeah. Change the memories. There it is. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. She can manipulate my memories. Let's say she's not manipulating your memories right now. I guess that's possible. But why'd she even bother? She wouldn't need to unless she still had something to hide. Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide? Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait, if that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind. It doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Celeste? It's really obnoxious how resilient you are. What? Why can't you all just give up already? Eris, is that you? What are you... Unfortunately, your little interrogation ends here. Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body. Too late, Lucio. I win. Celeste? Damn it! Eris, what did you do? I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice. Why would you do such a thing, Ilmater? What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love into an eternal sleep? If you wanted that, you could have done that from the beginning. You're hiding something. I know it. Damn it! We can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know is Celeste. Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this. Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around your mind. Was it possible? Doesn't matter if it's possible. Eris Ilmater. What is it? What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract? Assuming there's even anything to dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means. Lucio, what is it? Your men know where Ruby Tamora's law office is, right? I do. Where are you going with this? You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish on my behalf. Wait. And tell her, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. You're not serious, are you? I'm one of the eldest evils that's ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct? By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract. I'll state it plainly then. There'll be no room for doubt. Celeste's contract was written without flaw. I don't care. What? Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I face her if I didn't do the same for her? You're insane! You're just asking death for nothing! Why are you so nervous? Maybe this is pointless, but I'll never stop fighting for her. Stop this! I can't help myself. I'm only human after all. Once you pass this point, you'll not be able to save your game for a while. It's recommended you make a save file now. Fucking say less. Yo! I saw that. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits. Oh, we saw this. A little too good, taking the lives of others, never felt unease. Maybe I am an unfeeling monster. The time spent with you, happier, saved. I'm skimming to see if, in the end, I failed you, I couldn't protect you. What do you see in me? I really don't understand. Why would you go this far for me? It's good to see you, too. Ow! What's that for? You know what it's for, you jerk! I literally had to sign my soul away from hell to keep you alive. And you just throw your life away? What else was I supposed to do? Should I have let Lucio kill you? Yes! That's exactly what you should have done. It's not better than gambling away your life. He's never gonna go along with that. Do you even know me? Oh my god, this is why I couldn't tell you the truth. Because I knew you'd do something stupid like this. You know I always get to the truth in the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating. Could have gotten away with it. You can't even beat me at chess. How are you gonna hide a murder from me? Oh, you... Tyrion, I killed Pierce. I know. At first, I tried to justify it by saying he'd die in 1 month anyway. And what's his life compared to yours, right? When I looked at him just lying there unconscious, I just got so angry. So I woke him up. What? I wanted him to experience a fraction of the pain my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. Celeste, you hate me, don't you? This time I'm the disgusting murderer you're looking for. So why couldn't you just let me die? You honestly think I care for you that little? You are, and have always will be, extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you. Tyrion, So you're not getting rid of me that easy. I'll always be there when you need me. No matter where you go, we're going together. Well, I think we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate a victory prematurely, but if you're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Eris. I can't believe you brought me here. I'll never hear the end of it from my father. Where are we? The courtroom of the gods, the place where truth and reality are determined. The courtroom of Azazel. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back. Even now, she's trying to dissuade you. Why is she so intent on making you give up? Because that contract sucks! You're nervous, aren't you? Is that so? There's a reason you didn't want me to bring you here, and I'm gonna find out what. Your persistence was endearing as first, but now it's honestly really annoying. Suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove its conditions weren't fulfilled. My contract is written without flaw. So says the word of Asmodeus. Asmodeus? By his word, demons are incapable of speaking lies. You're out of your element, Tyrion. This is my domain. If disputing a blood contract is impossible, there'd be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they're not omniscient. They can't be aware of contradicting circumstances that may be created when they create a contract. You're hiding something. Something you desperately need to keep hidden. Even went so far as to knock out Celeste before we could get that information. Really now? You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories, but the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the room until 2 o'clock at the earliest. Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Leif Freyga. How are you so sure her testimony is reliable? Supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Ascleptus. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound. Really? Looks like you made a contradiction. They encountered an illusion. An illusion makes their testimony unreliable. So says Asmodeus. What? An illusion? What kind of illusion? Who knows? My statement still stands. You just can't expect us to just accept your claims without evidence. I can't speak lies, Tyrion. Every statement that comes out of my mouth has to be true. I don't need any proof. In this court, the only thing that matters is what's true and what's false. And the word of Asmodeus says that Leif's testimony is unreliable. Damn it. She can just say whatever she wants without having to provide any context. She only said that Leif was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves that Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? I think it's Von Sanctus, but I'm trying not to waste time, so let's check. Let's see. Alright, we're past this. Not at Feigned Death yet. Argument against... Okay, rationalize it. The Trapped King. Oh, right! Regardless of when it happened, Leif and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that? I won't deny it. Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger when Aster approached his father's body. And it didn't trigger until 2 p.m. Leif and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the Kingsguard informed them what happened. Mind you, the Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leif was about to begin her search when it happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time. Once again, you're predicating that on Aster's testimony. Not just him. Several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this. True, and that's why I'll respond with this. An activated force cage does not trap Aster before or during or after 1:50 p.m. So says the word of Asmodeus. You're saying the trap was sprung earlier. Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract with me. But I'll give you a little clue. The Empress of Discord made contracts with multiple Knights of the Kingsguard. I tampered with their memories. You can't trust the accounts of what happened. How many people did you make contracts with? Little Lady Steelwind has been investigating my work for a few last months, but I've had my talents in Wyvern for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time. In the Kingsguard, no one is safe for temptation. Everyone has a price. Your little girlfriend should know that better than anyone. Still, there has to be something. Still have more evidence. No, really. Whose testimony will you be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts. Even so, you can't have possibly made a contract with everyone. Let's check that again, shall we? It's possible, but not accurate. Are you kidding me? You only said it's possible. Never said it happened. You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. The burden of proof is on you. It's completely ridiculous. How can I verify a statement like that? It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who was at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. If he gets it wrong even once, he'll die. Sounds like more like your problem than mine. Nothing to say, Tyrion. In this part where you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence, right? As long as your statement stands, you have to doubt every piece of testimony you gather. No, you don't! Because not all of it's eyewitness, you idiot! Yes, sure. I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you. Suppose you're right. So you're going to use his testimony? He couldn't observe much from within that force cage. You understand now? You were never meant to win this game. Gotta give you points for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've ever had, and I truly mean that. Tyrion, come on, there has to be something you can use. Clues you gathered could be lies created by her. They're useless against her. Tyrion, you have to say something. You can feel your strength fading. It feels as if you're being pulled into an eternal sleep. This has always been a contest of willpower. And I think he's finally run out. No. You recall what happened during Beatrice's trial. Your mother gave you the knowledge you needed to win. She did it before. Can she save you again? I need your help. Just tell me what to do. You're nothing back. You're truly alone now. You knew this was a long shot, but you still held out hope. You just wanted to protect Celeste. You really thought you could do this. But Eris is a being who wraps herself in layers and layers of lies. She has the power to make you doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even your hard evidence could be a fabrication. How could you possibly argue with someone like that? Fair. It's not fair, Miss Tamora. They're not even bothering to investigate the crime. Of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit my client is innocent. You're so calm right now. Is this what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They just keep changing the narrative however they want. They can. And that's exactly how I'll beat them. What? Look, Cuthbert, almost every part of the system is against us. But there's one advantage we have over the prosecution, and that's pure and objective logic. Logic? Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those things to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts in it. They tell the court that everything within that box is the truth. And conversely, that makes everything outside of it a lie. How does that help us? You point out contradictions in their case. That makes them throw more and more facts into the box to keep it consistent. But if even one fact in that box is false, the entire thing falls apart. But surely they'll realize what you're doing. Can I just drink an ant? Doesn't look like it. Okay. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything? Well, you can force them to. What? You can present your own truths, and you force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you control what goes into the box. This all sounds so complicated. I don't think I'll ever get it. Don't worry, you've always been a sharp kid. You'll do great things, so don't give up. I can present my own truths? Eris's case hinges on when Beatrice disappears, and she changed Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier, which can only mean Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2. What was that? I said, yo!
It's far from over.
Yeah! So says the word of Horus. What the hell? You feel yourself filled with the radiant power of the Eye of Horus. With his power fully unleashed, you unleash the divine energy of the upper planes coursing through you. Tyrion, you've wings. Wait, really? You frantically turn around, only catching glimpses of the spectral wings on your back. You spin around for a while till you realize your feet aren't even touching the ground. What did you just do? I became a Celestial, which means, no, I also can't tell lies. In any other situation, that would be a handicap. But here, that finally puts me on equal footing as you. Why won't you just die already? You tried everything you could to break me. You drove a wedge between me and Ruby. You've manipulated Celeste into betraying me. But I'm still standing, Eris. I think you might be a little out of your depth right now. Lived 1,000,000 of your pathetic lifetimes. You think I'm out of my depth? I am the Empress of Discord, ruler of the 6th Circle of Hell. I am a god. She doesn't know, Tyrion. What the hell are you laughing about? Whoever you are, man, king, or god, I won't let anyone stop me from reaching the truth. Oh, I wish I could do a full-on evil laugh right now, but it's 1 o'clock. Since you so graciously bared your soul to me, I guess I should do the same. I wanted to break your spirit in this form, also I could keep things fair and interesting. But you know what? Yo, right now, I just want to see you die. What happened? Celeste? I'm here. I can't wait to tear you both apart. Yeah! Yo! I'm screen capping that for future use. Computer? And the fucking music, too. What is that thing? Did you honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? No, I am an ancient one. I am older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free of that weak mortal shell. So this is what you really look like. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back. Kick her ass, Tyrion! I'm gonna carve out your souls and mount them on the fields of Malbolgia. Fate challenged. You need to be careful. You're bound by the same rules as her now. You can't tell lies, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder, why would you go so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40. But from the axiom you declared, you know that Beatrice didn't disappear until 2. Eris clearly changed her memories, but for what purpose? Because Eris needed Celeste to believe. Let's see. The events occurred earlier. I believe you needed Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. Staying quiet? That won't work this time. Celeste McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Nothing to say. You can't keep quiet forever. I didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. And is that not what happened? That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the word of Horus. Shit. Okay, I know what it is. I know what it wants, but let me just get the exact thing. Yeah, okay, I was right. It is the murder of Von Sanctus. It's the death of Lloyd Von Sanctus. You needed Celeste to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lord Von Sanctus' death occurred at 2:05 p.m., which would imply you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract, all within the span of 5 minutes. Did I not call it? If that's true, couldn't it be possible that Celeste isn't the patron? What? It's the only logical conclusion. The timeline is too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris? Your desperation is almost pitiful. I should respond so there's no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy was the person that gave Arya that blood contract. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Something wrong? I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celeste did betray Arya's trust. She always speaks in technicality, so you can't take that claim at false value. This could also be a trick. You could declare outright that Celeste is not the patron. But if you're wrong, you almost definitely die. You need to be certain before you declare it. Let's assume Celeste isn't the patron. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? You've already concluded that the blood contract was disguised. You recall something happening, but it's muddled. What is it? Let's see. I got nothing off the top of my head, so... Except drop the contract. That's right! Oh my god, that is such a good detail, I completely forgot. Okay, y'all, this is a good one. Why would Celeste give Arya the blood contract? Because Arya dropped the contract. Remember? At the very beginning. I completely forgot that shit. Yeah, I completely forgot. She definitely handed that contract to her. And Celeste thought it was a marriage contract. That doesn't mean she's not the patron either. Is something wrong? You look conflicted. At the very beginning, she's been trying to get in your head. She thrives on doubt and mistrust. But you've always known from the beginning, Celeste would never betray Arya. Celeste McCoy is not the patron. So says the word of Horus. Even now you trust her that much? Wait, but that means... You didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted to make you think you did. So it's not my fault. It isn't. There's a far more unsettling implication. Someone else is the patron, but who? It's not important right now. You need to focus on saving Celeste for now. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed? Please, I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then. But that means none of this is her fault. I wouldn't go that far. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice Freyga was directly responsible for the death. We know that. There's still the death of Pierce. It doesn't matter who's responsible for the massacre as a whole. All that matters is the validity of my contract. You act like you're not in control, or you act like you're in control. But you've been nervous ever since I began disrupting your contract. You're hiding something. Sorry, disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you? Who can say? The second paragraph is vague. What about the first and third? Something is off here. Wait, is it possible I didn't die? Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved. Answer the question. We can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory wishing confirmed my death could be a fabrication. If you're still holding on to the hope that you'll survive this, let me state it. I did not alter that memory. So says the word of Asmodeus. Sorry, Tyrion. How did you revive me, Eris? Do you even have the power to resurrect people? Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. But if you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died? She could be baiting you into telling a lie. It's equally likely she's bluffing. If you still doubt I resurrected you, I'll state this. Yeah, you're able to. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people. Exactly. Because she didn't say she can. For example, would Maruneth be able to resurrect a person? Let me save you some trouble. I'll say it. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily. So says the word of Horus. It's not the same as saying it was impossible for me to do it. It would require a large amount of effort on your part. Perhaps. But recall my previous declaration. Celeste was there. And by all accounts, she concluded you were dead. How thoroughly did you check me? You'd experienced in first aid, and it was pretty bad. You weren't breathing, and your heart was stopped. She tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail. There's no way your body could survive that long without oxygen and blood. And Eris just confirmed that Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate you. Quick thought. Like, we already know the answer. Is feigned death necromancy? Yes, it is. That's, so that sign of necromancy on us. It's more than you're seeing. Yeah, easiest. What? Okay, but it is. Okay, hold on. What do they want? Did I not just present feigned death? Present. Oh, that's blight. My bad. Feigned death, which is still necromancy. You may have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there and under your control. Are you saying that Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead? No, the opposite. Beatrice cast feigned death on Tyrion Cuthbert. So says the word of Horus. What? I'm sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you. No. So everything I did, it was for nothing. But that means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. The contract only said he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up. Well, that eliminates the first paragraph as a weak point. It only leaves the death of Garrick Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding? Whatever could you be talking about? Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. But she woke him up. She woke him up. She didn't kill him. He killed himself. Since you wrote that in contract, it must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just... All this could be an elaborate trick to bait you into making a false statement. Need to be careful. Need to find out exactly what went wrong. Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrick Pierce? Are you serious? He's the man that killed her adopted father. He was slated to be executed next month. You shouldn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for yours. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that wouldn't be a hard choice. There isn't a single reason why I wouldn't take a deal like that. She may have wanted to, but something else happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed him against your wishes. You're making this so tedious. Correct. No one else killed him. So says the neither the Empress of Discord, Arya, nor Beatrice killed Garrick. So says the word of Asmodeus. What if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed that contract already, so you had control over her. The contract states she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency. Do you honestly think I would make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control of her actions when Pierce died. What if someone else killed Garrick on accident? Maybe a member of the Kingsguard who survived and entered. Try again, Tyrion. It was not an accident, it was committed with malice. While I'm at it, the Empress of Discord, Celeste, Tyrion, Beatrice, and Arya were the only people in the prayer room with Garrick when he died. No, you understand now. I can refute any possible explanation. But why would he... What? He tried to kill her using the same shit he did, and she turned it back on him because she has it. It was committed with malice. Malice towards her. The truth is, Tyrion, Correct. So says the word of Asmodeus. Oh, have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you? Can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that! What? You never throw out consecutive declarations like that at me. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened, and I don't have any evidence that applies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person who could tell me was you. What? You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories, but all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrett Pierce died. And now I can figure out what actually happened. Wait! Who killed Garrett Pierce? Where are you? Where are you? You Faulkner-looking ass motherfucker. I know you're here. There you are. Eris Ilmatter, Empress of Discord. No! Stop! I'm not sure what would possibly drive him to do something like that. But when he was in the prayer room, Garrett Pierce chose to take his own life. What? You know what that means, don't you? But for the sake of it, I'll state it in a way that makes it abundantly clear. Stop this! Stop this right now! Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horus. The conditions of your contract were impossible to fulfill. That renders it invalid. That's checkmate, Eris. You filthy little... The fuck out my courtroom. Contract nullified. You're back. Does this mean you... I successfully nullified Celeste's blood contract. You look in your satchel and check the place where you've been keeping the contract. You only find ash. Still alive? How? You! At first, you think she's glaring at you, but then you realize... Me? You little bitch! I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you? What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait, I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. You can't die. It appears he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around. I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm, but there's something you can do to save him. What? What is this? Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? It's the same fear my dad felt after you stabbed him. And with his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't. What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. He never has to know, Celeste. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus. That doesn't matter! I can't do it. It's just... This man literally killed your adoptive father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more? I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard! Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. Part of him is so wonderful. Beautiful. I could never betray those ideals, not even if it's to save him. You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him to honor his idiotic ideals? I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract. Contract? I see now. What? So you're his little consort, aren't you? Bigakwa. Damn it! Wait! Get out of the way, you idiot! Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid. The only stupid one here is you, bastard! You should have known from the beginning. No matter what you choose, they were never going to let me live. They? But if I'm fated to die, then it's going to be on my own terms. Wait, stop! You all... in hell. Damn it! Menace! Are you trying to heal him? It's too late. He aimed straight for his heart. No! Come on, you waste of human flesh! Wake up! I need you alive! What the hell did you just do? Pierce is dead, and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back. No! No! Eris was dead anyway, so I thought I could catch her on a technicality. I never realized what I actually did. You rendered my blood contract faulty! You ruined everything! Where do you get off acting like you're any better than them? What? Ideals? Righteousness? Don't give me that bullshit! I've accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you're a human! You're a goddamn killer! All of you are rotten to your disgusting cores! At each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reason to! It's the only person here with a trace of celestial self-righteous morality. If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. It has nothing to do with whether I'm Heavensborn or she's human. I think I understand you a little more, Eris. Is that so? Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother? What? So, you figured that out, did you? When you went on that little tirade about how much you enjoy killing Heavensborn, I had some suspicions. And how does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother, the person who ruined your entire life, is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say? Say something, damn it! I think all I feel for you right now is pity. Oh, that's rich! You pity me? Your existence is an infinitesimal amount of moment to my internal existence. And yet you put all this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you? I bet you don't feel anything when you killed my mother. Just another drop of evil into your empty soul. I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't... Oh, is that right? Well, what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction? Of course I... She can't say it. Demons can't lie, Eris. You can't lie to us, and you can't lie to yourself. No! That can't... And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be evil from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us. What did you just say? You're envious of humanity. You don't grow. You don't change. You can't become a better version. You're right. Your existence will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. And you'll be eternally unsatisfied and eternally pitiful. That's why you envy us, because you'll never be free from that fate. That is completely... You can't say it, can't you? You can't refute my claim because it would be a lie. You know what? Maybe you are right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you. But I'm still gonna try. Yeah! I was staring at him the whole time. I'm just like, did you forget there's a fucking dragon behind you? To think you would threaten violence in my presence. Arrogant witch. Well, I suppose that solves that business. Although, she'll definitely be back someday. And when she does, I'll be ready. For now, let's be satisfied we finally discovered what happened. Oh, right. About that. Are you serious? After all that, we still don't know who the patron is. At this point, I'm just glad Mr. McCoy wasn't the true mastermind behind all this. Speaking of which, now that I nullified her contract, Celeste should probably finally have her true memories back. Ugh, I do remember what happened. It's still really fuzzy. I've been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract when I caught a glimpse, but I think that's the memory Eris manipulated the most. It's possible she'll need time to fully recover from the Empress's demonic influence. But we don't have that kind of time. That damn demon led us around the entire morning. Not to mention we lost nearly an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon. Right, we have less than 3 hours before every magical trace disappears. Could you try testifying? Maybe reviewing everything will help you jog your memory. Okay, I'll do my best. Miss McCoy, could you try to remember what happened during your business with the Empress of Discord? try my best. Yeah, if you want fucking contempt of court, try to fucking burn the ads. I think I remember now. We meant to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m., and we heard the commotion at 2:20 p.m. I saw Arya attacking the guards, and I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked out Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realize now she just cast feign death. Anyway, Eris offered her deal, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster, the Inquisition, and the Kingsguard all showed up to arrest Arya. Aside from your conversation with Ilmater, it seems to match up with what we already knew. Piers will simply wait for Celeste's memories to return. He's clearly not okay with leaving his daughter vulnerable till then. Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I'd still like to cross-examine her. Go ahead. Again, I'm just gonna... Oop. Oh boy. Okay. Alright, sorry, I just got a bunch of text, a bunch of discords at once. I just wanted to make sure what they were. Back to my guide. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. Present the Trap King. Nope. Game, please. Game. Yeah, because that's right. He couldn't have done it because he was trapped at 2. Where is it? There we are.
Objection!
Wait, what? What is it, Cuthbert? Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up a few minutes after Pierce died? Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. Eris seemed really worried about being seen by them. Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert? It's just that... May I remind you, we are extremely pressed for time. Stop wasting your time and get to what you want to say. Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45, and Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes after. Yeah? What are you... Wait. That raises a big question. How did Aster enter the prayer room around 2:45 when he should have been trapped in a force cage until 3 p.m.? Wait, you're not serious, are you? McCoy's memories are clearly unreliable. My men all reported that His Majesty led them to the prayer room after he exited the force cage. Normally that'd be more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony. We can't trust theirs. What are you talking about? While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contact with multiple members of the Kingsguard. What? They were working together with her. And if these contracts were structured similarly to Celeste, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. That means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning. Even the Kingsguard has been compromised. How could I have let this happen? And even if we assume that he somehow escaped with an inescapable force cage, how did Aster know to head to the prayer room? I understand your point, but you understand what you're implying. I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm stating the facts we know. We know a human, whether willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate the massacre. He's deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind, so much that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract he gave her. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Aster de Wyvengard, the reigning king of our kingdom. Order! I will have order! Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? To claim the king corroborated with a demon in any capacity is no small thing. I do, but I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goals seem to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She made us believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. I want to save Arya, but I also want to believe in the people who believed in me. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it. Very well. Suppose it's only right, then, with everything that's transpired, that the king should make his truth known. Agreed. I wouldn't have it any other way. Kingsguard, please escort His Majesty to the stand. Thank you for cooperating, Aster. Of course. I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. I'm hoping you could shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. Also, glancing at my list here, we have 1, 2, 3 more questions, and we'll win. It's possible that Eris tricked you and made you carry out the massacre. There has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to. Evidence? You're referring to Celeste's testimony, am I correct? Sorry to say, but are you sure we can trust your testimony? We can trust her now. She's no longer the effects of a blood contract, which you claim no longer exists, but only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. What are you getting at? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is, after everything that just happened, how can we trust you? What? You disappeared for quite some time to who knows where, and the only person who was there with you was Celeste and a demon who can clearly alter other people's memories. Yeah, we will finish this probably by 1:30, so... Isn't it a little convenient that she was burnt to a crisp almost immediately after your return? She said it multiple times. That didn't actually kill her. And now, you're singling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. If that demon made you into her puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted? That's right! How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We've all heard the stories. He's practically a dissident. For all we know, he could be an agent of the theocracy. You feel the room turning against you. Even the Scaled Lord looks wary. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done, but I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory. What's that? Use your Divine Edict on me, just like you've done several times. If I truly was in league with the demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It'll appear, even if I was made to forget about it. Wait, that's right. We already tried that and it didn't work. Which means he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Why aren't you doing it? I can't. I already tried and nothing appeared. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply. But we all saw Celeste's blood contract and heard her earlier confession. Not to mention we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris' influence. If Miss Steelwood is to be saved, we must all accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think it's time this trial came to conclusion. Don't you, Your Grace? Damn it, he even got the Scaled Lord on his side. Even if it's against you, he raised a lot of good points. But he's acting with malice, or is he just being careful? Come on, think, Tyrion! We just proved my blood contract isn't valid, but the one who made Arya commit those murders is still out there. Maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Eris found ways to trick people into signing blood contracts before. So she wouldn't need a blood contract to trick Aster into accidentally helping her. The question isn't whether Aster knowingly did this. The question is, what part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to be some sort of involvement on his part, and that might have been left behind evidence that proves it. This wasn't one of the ones on there. Okay. This one's obvious. Was tricked. Yeah, it's already right there. He needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow. But you've seen how she is around him. That wouldn't have been very hard to do. No, Arya may be extremely lovesick around him, but she's still an attorney. She'd be careful to read any contract she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. And I remember something. When you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her. I'm really trying, but I really can't remember what I saw. I was teasing her about it. It must have been related to her relationship with Aster. There we are. What did Arya think she was signing? I know that didn't really narrow it down. No, that's exactly the clue I needed. Really? Arya signed a marriage contract. Aster, there's one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each of these murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing that contract in the first place. I recall you met into the meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. To discuss your marriage with Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Aster, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document. But I just realized something while reading it. The language would have made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her to you so long as you both live. Wait, are you saying... No. In other words, till death do you part. That's a big leap in logic, even for you. Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they'd have left any copies of the marriage license to be found. Indeed, bringing such a heavy accusation against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just just speculation. First he dares call the King to testify, now he's trying to indict the High Speaker? He's a traitor! I have more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy. But your Divine Edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, not the material it was written on. The original document wouldn't be visible on your copy. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster. What? Don't you wonder how I knew about that blood contract? Every attorney has a magical runestone. They let us take pictures of crime scenes and write down notes magically. Yes, I'm well aware of them. Did you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed? What? She was so happy to finally have your union codified, she took a picture of your marriage license. Even though it was technically illegal to do so. Why would she... Wait, is Aster actually an evil bastard? The moment she regained consciousness, she thought she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a cell with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. Had she simply left any of those fields and checked her stone, she'd have found a picture of a marriage license with the exact same words as her blood contract. So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. So it really was you. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know the best kind of lie? The kind that's hardest to disprove? No, not quite. The kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is when you want to believe. The truth can be right in front of you, but it'll make you look away. If I recall correctly, McCoy made you experience that firsthand today. Your Majesty, what are you... I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyway. It's always going to end this way, I suppose. Perhaps I was just lying to myself. You're high... No. Aster, you whelp! Are you saying it was you? You used my daughter to commit mass murder? I did, Lucio. What of it? I guess it kind of makes sense. I mean, why would the older brother be so chill and sweet and nice when the little brother is such a fucking shitlord? And what right do you have to judge my action, oh great-scaled lord? I was only cleaning up the mess you created. If it weren't for Eris' little games, I'd have done it in a much cleaner manner. Pardon? No, I think I'll be pardoning myself. You can't be serious. I am the King of Wyverngard, am I not? Is that not my right? Insane. Tell me, does this terrify you at all? To know I can do whatever I please with no one who can stop me? Is that not what you've all been doing to the rest of this country? You seriously expect to get away with this? I do. Who has the power to stop me? The Scaled Lord? Yes, exactly him. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I asked who was going to. Fear? What? Why aren't either of you saying anything? Yes, Rathalion, have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom will fare when a child sits on the throne. Or would you take the throne for yourself? You spent all those centuries huddled away in this ruined city. I'm certain you know exactly what problems this nation is facing now and what it needs to right itself. Rathalion! I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I came here to do what was best for my people. I may not know the best course before me, but I know with painful certainty what is not to seize control of this nation. I'll not take that responsibility again. Nor will I thrust that responsibility on those who would not have it. Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try and depose me? The beloved prince, now king of Wyverngard? Or did you forget the people of this nation love me and hate you? I hear you're very skilled at arguing, Tyrion, but I doubt even you could make the public see that as anything other than a military coup. Can you imagine the Grand General Lucio deposing the new King of Wyverngard before the previous king's body is even interred? I wonder just how bloody of a civil war that would purge this nation into. And even if Lucio doesn't have much difficulty crushing the commoners, I'm certain you can imagine how tempting a weakened Wyverngard would look to other nations. Damn it, by killing Sybil and Von Sanctus, he left a power vacuum that only he could fill. Master, you're holding the entire kingdom hostage. I'm merely consolidating power where it belongs. In the hands of a kind and benevolent ruler who's finally going to fix this nation. You murdered several people, consorted with demons, and enslaved your own fiancé. I'm sure that to you, my actions may seem evil and unforgivable, but to those of the Wyvern nobility, I doubt I'm even the first to do such a thing. This is just politics. And I think that makes it checkmate, Cuthbert. I can't believe it. I've always wanted to say that. What are you all doing? Are you just gonna let him get away? Lucio, she's your daughter. Are you just gonna let him keep control over her? Daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wyverngard for her freedom. Know that to be true. It's killed so many people and enslaved Arya. He almost killed you and he tried to kill me. Wait a minute, that's right. Why did he try and kill you? What do you mean? If Aster's the patron, that means that Pierce originally sent that letter to him. Blah, blah, blah. If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne. So why would he go through so much trouble to kill Pierce and you? Maybe he just wanted to make sure? He wouldn't have had Eris kill Pierce personally if it wasn't important. He needed both you and Pierce to die during the massacre. This is sadly the part that was spoiled for me, the biggest twist in the game. Which means you two are just as important targets as Von Sanctus and Sybil. Okay, but my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason he's scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why was he so scared of Pierce's blackmail? Would the line of secession be the only reason he's scared of Celeste's parentage? Recall what you remember about Wyverngard's laws regarding the royal throne. Wasn't there something mentioned about that? You recall the conversation you had with Eris. Blah, blah, blah. That the Constitution still includes the Scaled Lord. The Scaled Lord and his kin can override the king's rule. Wait. Who is Celeste's father? Y'all? Who is Celeste's father? Because it's not Von Sanctus. It's not Steelwind. It's not even the king. We're going above the king. A flood of memories comes back to you. Celeste McCoy, by authority of Wyverngard Crown, you're under arrest. Noticing the commotion, 3 other knights grab her and begin dragging her away. She kicks and screams against them, desperately trying to break free. Even between the 3 knights, it's taking all their strength to subdue her. Well, I know more than one spell now. I actually just learned a few new spells today. I'm sorry, spells? As in, plural. How long did it take you to learn those spells? A few hours, I think. She learned multiple spell formulae within a few hours? Ah, so you came from the same humble beginnings I do. Which spells have you mastered? I haven't really mastered any of them, but I know about 7 spells. 7? It's almost 4 times the amount of spells I know. She's learned even more? She's been picking it up quickly. Make no mistake, even in my human form, I've always had the strength of an ancient dragon. This can't be real. What is it, Tyrion? It's absolutely crazy, but it also makes a lot of sense. Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic, she inherited all of it from him. Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden. Once you reveal this, there's no going back for her. Do you even have any right to do this to her? No, Arya's freedom rides on this. As much as it pains you, this is the only way to save her and Wyverngard. Sorry, Celeste. What? Why are you apologizing? What I'm about to do could change your entire life, possibly in a way you don't want it to. It'll place an unimaginable responsibility on your shoulders, but it's the only way to save Arya and stop him. So I'm sorry. Forgive me for doing this. Do you think one little life-changing event could ever change how I feel about you? Sure. I owe you and Arya for what I did. We need to do this to save Arya, right? Partly my fault she's in this situation. But if my life is really going to change because of this, just promise me something. What is it? Take responsibility for what you're about to do. Of course. I was always going to do that, regardless of what happened. Good. Are you two done flirting with each other? If you have nothing else to say, stop wasting all of our time. Aster, I know who Celeste's father is. Wait, really? What? No, you're bluffing. You have to be. Why don't we test that theory, then? You said that no one could contest your rule of Wyverngard aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there?
Who are you talking about?
Only the Scaled Lord has the political power to override the will of the king. And his kin, Lucio. Yes, I suppose that's... Master de Wyverngard, you needed Celeste to die during the massacre, because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule. Are you serious? People of Wyverngard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Rathian, ancient dragon, or Rathalion, ancient dragon creator of all arcane magic. Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I? I'm half dragon? Well, I'm apparently part angel, so you're in good company.
So that demon was speaking truth.
Aster de Wyverngard, as the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as ruler of Wyverngard. Miss McCoy, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation, much less this broken one? You'll find this crown no less binding than any blood contract. Just tell me one thing, Aster. Why did you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. You could have changed Wyverngard together with her. You could have done it without having to do any of this. Is that what you really think? I suppose you would. You probably also think Tyrion is the first person to try and change this nation while still working within its laws. There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law. My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals, once. But I watched my whole life as he was forced to compromise on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. If to keep the peace, we must maintain stability between the noble houses. And you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the common folk. The kind of people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. I thought you two, out of everyone, could have understood why I did this. We know it's not fair, but we're capable of changing it, and you had the power to do just that. I am changing it! You worked so hard to find the truth behind Sanctus and Sybil's murders. Here's a little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room except for you two. The people present here are glad they're gone, and the other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working demons and killing your way to a brighter future? If I have to, why not? Every day, across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry and feed its people like carrion. I'm merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you who came running at the news of my father's death. Also, you can be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic phrases. Do you know what the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? The demon was just a little bit more honest. Arya wanted to change that. She would have helped you. Arya is too stupid and naive to do anything. She loved you. How could you? She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom rot with a damn smile. She loved your kindness, Aster. This is kindness. The blood I will spill will be the greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. And once I am done, Wyverngard will be better and stronger for it. Aster. McCoy, I don't care what you are. The Scaled Lord's daughter, the rightful heir, none of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people, and I will carve the rot out of its heart, piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster de Wyverngard, King of Wyverngard, consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am nothing but a dead man. Volnus. Lucio. What? No! Lucio, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert. What? My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? You check your satchel. Sure enough, Arya's blood contract is disintegrated. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? Because they no longer both live. Excellent. Lucio, this is not what we discussed. My daughter would never be free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. This is always how it was going to end. Lucio, you can't seriously expect to... Save your breath, Cuthbert. I already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The Grand General's just committed regicide. Arrest him at once. I suppose that's that then. This doesn't really feel like something to celebrate. Compelled to agree. To think that His Majesty was so far gone that he'd consort with a demon. Also, he could save the common folk. Regardless of his actions, he did have the same goals as you. He truly wanted to make things better for the common folk. Even with the Eye of Horus, you never caught a hint of the pain he must be feeling. He closely guarded his true emotions from everyone, including Arya. No wonder Eris was able to manipulate him. You, of all people, know exactly how easy she can exploit that kind of weakness. Nevertheless, it's apparent there's no need to continue the trial. Although it's clear our work is only just beginning. Court is adjourned for the time being. You are all free to return to your homes. However, I'm sure there's so much for each of us to discuss. Many things have changed here today, and I'm sure many of us will still need to make arrangements to adapt. Until then, please refrain from discussing the events of today outside these halls. This goes without saying, but we must keep today's event secret from the public. At least for now. Get his ass! You all exit the Scaled Lord's lair. Considering everything that's happened, this should feel like a victory. Arya was saved, Eris was vanquished, temporarily at least, and the patron no longer lives. Hey. Hi. We won, didn't we? So why does it all feel so... Yeah, I feel the same way. He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us and used Arya like a puppet. I really wish we could have changed his mind. Yeah. Sometimes people are beyond saving. I think he made up his mind a long time ago. He knew what he was doing to Arya, and I can't think of any other way we could have truly freed her. I know. I just hope she's... Hello, I'm glad I found you before you left. You freeze up when you look at her. More specifically, you're a little disturbed by what the Eye of Horus is showing you. Oh, Arya! I'm so sorry, Why are you apologizing? What? If it's about your testimony, I'm afraid I will need to charge you with perjury. Right. Wait, seriously? Come on, I'm basically your boss now. No one is above the law. That was made apparent when... She suddenly stops talking before she mentions his name. She doesn't trail off. Her voice doesn't even break. She simply stops, as if she were a machine that stopped functioning. Arya? Anyway, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel, after all. Right. You really want to say something back, but you're too off-put to say anything. Anyway, I wanted to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude. Yeah, of course. Anyway, I have much work to get done now that the Grand General is in custody. I'll be taking my leave. Yeah. What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her? I didn't see anything through the eye. She must be subconsciously guarding her emotions. I guess I don't really blame her. No, Celeste, I didn't see anything. What? I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. And even with that, I saw nothing. There's no anger, no sadness, no fear, joy. I've used the eyes to see the emotions of countless amount of people, but I've never seen that before. It's like I was looking at a machine. But you're right. I should have said something. I'm going to... As you're about to chase after her, Celeste stops you. You mind if I talk to her? What? Are you sure? Yeah, we actually hang out a lot outside of the trials. I think she might respond better to me. You remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Alright, I suppose I'll let you handle it. Once again, you remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Just, keep it verbal. What? Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. Just go. Alright, you weirdo. Looks like you got in the acquittal of yet another client, but it didn't tie up quite as neatly as you hoped. What do you mean she's gone? She was just here. Sorry, Your Grace? You may not know what the future holds in store for the two of you, but perhaps that's okay. You have a feeling that as long as you have her, no, as long as you have everyone, you begin forging your own path. A path completely chosen by you this time. Damn it, Arya, where are you? Hey! Oh, hello. My apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you. No, it's fine. You're looking for Miss Steelwind, aren't you? Yeah, how'd you know? She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking with her, but yeah, I get it. I'm gonna try talking to her. Of course. Rithalion? Yes? I'm not mad at you, you know. What? I'm not sure why you left me at the McCoy Tavern. Because of that, I got to be raised by my mom and dad. And if I didn't live there, I never would have met Tyrion or Arya. I could never be mad about you giving me a life like that. Plus, now I know I'm half dragon. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Miss McCoy. Don't be so formal. I'm technically your daughter, aren't I? Right, Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask. About you and Mr. Cuthbert, are you two... Oh, wow, look how late it is. I better go talk to Arya right now. I'll see you later, Scaled Dad. Scaled... just bye. She called herself my daughter. Suppose I understand how you feel now, Lucio. Aww. Hey, Arya. Oh, Celeste. What are you doing here? Just making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me. You're looking up at the sky. You're looking at the stars. I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. You mind if I watch it with you? Do what you want. I technically take orders from you now. You know, there's also a full moon outside on the nights my parents found me at their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's the word for heavenly bodies in the Draconic language. Is that so? Yeah, they told me that I was a gift from the Scaled Lord. In a roundabout way, they were actually kind of right. It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember? You jumped onto the stand when Tyrion manifested my blood contract. Not that I blame him, but I don't think even he believed in me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. I really appreciate you doing that. You're a really good person, Arya. I was merely doing what I thought was right. Yeah, I guess that's what you always do. You're not really gonna charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. I was serious about that. Damn it. We do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't sentence you to prison, but I might have you do some community service. Ugh, fine. I guess I can live with that. My father told me I was being too lenient, but I can understand the position you were put in. We all do stupid things for love, after all. Stupid. Arya? How can I be so stupid? Hey, you're not... I am a complete and utter fool. I knew about blood contract after what happened with Beatrice. I'm an attorney for Lord Sate. I've read countless legal documents, and when I signed that contract, I knew something was wrong. I was just so stupidly happy. It's not fair. No one could have expected him to do something like that. My father, he's gonna pay for my stupid mistakes. Celeste, why did I trust him so much? Me like a puppet, with my hands and my magic, he made me... Sorry, Arya. What he did to you is horrible, and I don't know how to make it better. But you're not alone, okay? It's not just me. Tyrion, your father, we're all here for you. So please don't shut your emotions off from us. Thank you. Celeste, I've made a decision. What's that? I'm going to drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that? Mr. Cuthbert, I've spoken to my associates in the press. The story we created shall be printed as we speak. I don't like this. We're lying to the people of Wyverngard about what really happened. Not to mention, the story paints me like I'm some kind of god. I understand your reservations, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. If we told the people what actually happened, they would never believe it. They'd think his death was a part of some political conspiracy. And even with this cover story, we can't be certain they still won't suspect that. Are you? Wouldn't you be resting? Nonsense. I'm not going to sit around feeling sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes. Hey, we felt the sadness! She may be hiding her pain behind the smile, but she's not shutting down her emotions like before. Is Celeste able to get through to her? As much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth the virtues that Aster represented to the common folk. Wyverngard will gain more from those false virtues from the person he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to move forward. We must use the people's piety to do that, then so be it. Arya. And, as the newly appointed head of House Steelwind, I will also do my part to support your rule. As will the Scaled. Celeste smiles in gratitude at the words, but she meekly glances at you expectantly. Do you even have to ask? I made a promise to you, didn't I? It's not just for us. I'll do my best to make sure that the rest of Wyverngard supports you too. Oh yeah! Since you two patched things up, we could also ask for Ruby's help. Ah, right, I forgot I was supposed to meet with her this morning. I need to apologize with her about that. Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet? We had more important things to worry about. I'm sure she'll understand. Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to her once things quiet down. Tyrion, that story we fabricated is being printed right now! Everyone in Wyverngard is going to read about it in the paper, including her! Oh. What's all this noise about? What? Have you been living under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper! The Scaled Lord returned! What? Demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures. Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince Aster de Wyverngard. In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted, shattering the very foundations of our power and our stability. The carnage left in its wake, the abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Lady Coraline Sybil, Lord Lloyd von Sanctus, Lord Lucio Steelwind. Both King Oliver and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repel the foul monster. And while the profane demon was felled and defeated, the King and Crown Prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle. However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to protect the kingdom from descending into further disarray. The Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation. In a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity of Wyverngard, the Scaled Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new Queen of Wyverngard. What? Ugh, again with this Scaled Lord nonsense. This reeks of a violent political coup. Whoever this new queen is, I bet she's just another rotten noble. It says there's a picture of her on the next page. Wait, what the fuck? Perfect! After hearing about what happened to my former lord, I've thought about my actions. I won't ask you to forgive me, Your Majesty, but I want to continue to atone for all the harm I've caused. I was gonna leave. I'll continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls on to people like me to return order. Why are you looking at me like that? I was gonna let this play out instead of my outro, but, I mean, they're doing the stuff, so I gotta. Still, round of fucking applause. We'd never be able to do this if it weren't for your investment in the cafe. I feel partially responsible for what happened to the Imperial Academy. I'd like to make amends however I can. Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in Rathhome. More customers just means more work for me. Round of applause. This game was amazing. I'd say it's a worthy successor of Phoenix Wright, but it's definitely great. I've been dispelling my necromancy since I began working under Lord whatever. I think I've grown quite good at it. Don't get ahead of yourself. You've grown competent at it. That was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course. Waifu consultation? I'm sorry, but I still can't remember anything. But from what I've read in my record, perhaps that's a good thing. Even your memories are gone. Your crimes can't be changed. You still have to serve your sentence, but I do hope you can live out the rest of your life in peace. Insane in the Rain music. Yeah, absolute. Yeah, the character designs are amazing. In some points, I think it was actually better. What are you looking at, punk? Wait. Oh no, it's you. That crazy chick isn't with you, is she? Why are you looking behind me, man? Did you just call me crazy? Lord, run for it, Gavin! In a way, I actually kind of like this more, but that's also because of my natural bias towards fantasy. Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've certainly moved up in the world. Yeah, a lot has happened. Oh, lead prosecutor. I don't even know where to begin. Glad to see the refinery's doing well. I suppose I have you to thank for that. You're quite the... What did Her Majesty call you? An angel investor. That's it. Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture. We think it'd set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practices. I like the sound of that. Music is phenomenal. Absolute round of applause for every single person on this list. Well, honestly, every person in the credits at all. I still have much to learn about leading a noble house. But I hope I can bring House Freyga and Wyvern to a better future. I think it's about time we ended the constant feuding between the Steelwinds and the Freygas, and I'd like us to work together. I may not know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction. Tracker will do best to help Queen. I appreciate the gesture, Tracker, but I don't think... Banks need gold, right? Tracker, dig for gold. Yes, hi, boy. Don't worry. Rose will be home soon. Yeah, every single person. And that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. What? Did you just lose? No, I demand a rematch. Learn to lose with dignity, for Lord's sake. I'm glad I let him keep those armbands. To think the Scaled Lord would sacrifice his daughter for the good of the kingdom. Theon, I want this job. Such humility, such sacrifice. I'm literally a queen. Who wouldn't want this mantle? Actually, this job is kind of annoying. Sorry. Nah, as long as I have you with me, I'm happy. Yeah, absolutely. As soon as I laid eyes, and you can ask Math, as soon as I laid eyes on Eris, I knew something was off, but I could never have predicted as far as it would go. And God, her Queen of Discourse.
You may have everybody else fools, but I know how this story goes.
Mage is a mage, and noble's a noble. Come on, don't be like that.
And if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. I ain't holding my breath.
I suppose you have a reason not to trust those in power. But we are going to fix this kingdom. We're going to do it within the confines of the law. I could have never... Like, her Queen of Discord form? Holy shit, yeah. Perfect Eldritch Horror. I really wish he'd talk to us. He needs time to process everything that happened. And I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least not right now. We should probably hire a therapist. No, all of you need a fucking therapist. Special thanks to the Luna. Yeah, crowdfunders. Are you okay? Yes, I really appreciate you coming here with me. His actions were absolutely deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but with Von Sanctus and Sybil gone, we have had much easier time repairing our kingdom. I feel uneasy. No, I see what you mean. He may have had good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. I really do think he wanted to change Wyvern Guard, but only on his terms. Even if he did achieve his goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would have been one of blood. No lasting peace or justice could have that foundation. That's surprisingly mature for you. Hey, I'm always mature! Goodbye, Master. Oh, I have it. I saved it on the spot. Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that? Weren't you the one that called a monkey to the stand during the Beatrice's trial? Yeah, I guess you have a point. Truth is often stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anybody. Oh my god, I just realized. Is this what I've been doing to Arya? Hey, you're the one that wanted to be lead prosecutor. I'm only filling in for her until we can find a qualified replacement. Well, if you ever get bored of life as a royal, there's always a spot open at my office. Did you get one, Avalanche? Because I can send it to you if not. I see they allowed you to keep your axe. I thought I asked you to stop visiting me. You did. I chose to ignore you. McCoy's impertinence is rubbing off on you. I'll take that as a compliment. I am glad to see you in good spirits. Suppose I underestimated you. I'll get to that in the closing. I suppose you're not sentencing me to death. Suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, we kind of need you alive so we know when Eris is back. You're using me like a canary in a coal mine. I'm almost proud of you two. Although I am curious why she hasn't returned yet. Right now, because I wanted to finish this so quickly, not only because I was super invested, but I wanted to spot... What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving? Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. You're not to leave the Sixth Circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of... Are you grounding me? If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one. Swear when I get out of here. What have I told you about speaking in future tense? You sure you don't want to move into the castle with us, Mom? No, I've grown attached to this place. It was your father's, and it doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyway, I want to give you two some privacy. Mom! So stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. I want to live to see my grandkids. Mom! The worst punishment we can have for the demon lady. Grounded. So, I was wondering, you've lived for a really long time, right? I have. Do I have any siblings? No. I'm sorry, there was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across the centuries, when I sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the offspring is rare. So much so it's a miracle that you were born. Sorry, but you're alone. I don't really feel that way. I think I spend so much time around Arya, she's basically my sister. And Tyrion, well... Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert. Don't you dare! Parental embarrassment, regardless of species. Oh. So we meet again, Crimson Demon. Who keeps telling people about that nickname? Who knows? Could have been anybody. Tyrion. You don't like it? I can help you come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that. Oi, Cuthbert. Is everything ready for tonight? What? It's nothing. Pretend you don't know anything. What? Oh, I see. So it's for her. What are you doing? It's the surprise. Alright, whatever you say. Which movie? Oh. Hey, why'd you bring me out here? You're not usually this secretive. Come on, it's a surprise. Wait, is that a boat? Are you gonna be okay? I thought you were really prone to motion sickness. Don't worry, I've done this plenty of times before. Alright, if you say so. Tyrion, it's really dark. Are you sure this is safe? Yeah, there'll be plenty of light soon. Soon? In about 3, 2, 1... Wow. Right on schedule. You knew this would happen? During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Arnox become extremely potent. A lot of the businesses here take advantage of it that charge their arcane power cells in their home. Those in fact are amplified when they do it simultaneously. This is what happens when they synchronize. Lights up the entire city. You're such a nerd. But it's beautiful, right? Yeah, it is. Ma used to bring me out here before everything happened. You're the only person I've ever shown this to. Oh. I've really missed being able to spend time with you like this. Yeah, me too. It's so much simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. But now I'm the Scale Lord's daughter and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other. At least we're together now. And you have something to remember when we're apart. Yeah, this is so sweet. I love him so much. What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste. What do you... It's been so long I forgot. Something wrong? She's always had a habit of teasing you. So you can't help but enjoy putting her on the other end for once. I really didn't mean... wait, no, I did, I mean... I know this is a really rude thing to say. I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes. I love you too, Celeste. Oh! Okay. You try an inch closer to her, but she's trying her hardest to avoid eye contact with you. There's one way to make her meet your gaze. Tyrion, You not want this? Of course I do. I've wanted this for a long time. I always find myself smiling like an idiot whenever we're together. I don't think I've ever felt this happy before. Your faces inch closer to each other. Yay! You two may never be able to go back to your old lives, but moments like this make everything worth it. You'll always keep your promise, right? No matter what happens, no matter where each of us goes, we'll be there together. Good. Sorry, this is all a little much. Feeling a little lightheaded. Take all the time you need. Right now, we have all the time in the world. Miles Varen Kaglad, the Arch Sentinel? Have you heard what happened in Wyverngard? Ilya Stormwake, the High Inquisitor. Is that why you've called me here? This could have been an email, Arch Sentinel. This is serious. How do we know about this Tyrion Cuthbert? Keeping records on the Heavens Board is Lumina's responsibility, High Inquisitor. Ray Cuthbert was always a slippery one. Even you couldn't track her. He's just one Heavensborn. Ilya, he brought the Lord of the Six to the court of bloody Azazel. Do you have any idea the amount of damage he could have done with the multiverse there? You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact and everything is fine. Ilya, he has the Eye of Odin. What? I checked the data that my drones collected. His readings, they're exactly the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. He awakened its power, albeit briefly. And he did it in front of the Lord of the Sixth. We must assume the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well. Come on, that's not possible. Even you said it was impossible to manifest Odin's power on the mortal plane. The Lord of the Ninth began moving his forces. He knows, Ilya. You know better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved. Alright, you win. I'll look into this. Exercise discretion. If they ever find out about what we did with Frey, I know it would mean war with Wyverngard. Ilya, could mean war with the entire Outer Planes. Hey! I cannot wait for that. So, yes, absolutely. Game's phenomenal. Everybody fucking buy it if you love Phoenix Wright. Play this fucking game. Like, support this game. Support these devs. Whatever they make next, I'm there. I will be fucking playing it as soon as it comes out. I will make a fucking hole. Alright? But, we are 2 hours overtime, and I started an hour early. So, I'm gonna let you all go. As for what Phil asked, what's next on the docket, I'm honestly not sure. I have a big old list. I think I'll go back to Monday on Mega Man on Monday, at least one game. Not a full marathon. But after that, I do know I want to get back, and this, I'm not saying any of these are going to be next, necessarily, but I'm just listing ideas I have. I do want to get back to Mega Man. I do want to do Hacker's Story to prepare for when Digimon comes out. And although I guess Digimon's kind of a standalone story, doesn't really need it. So there's a bunch of things we could do. And now that we're opening up the space, I'm definitely going to start another long-term game, or long-form game. But we'll see what it is. I need a little time to think about it, but I got till Friday. So, schedule will be up on Friday or Saturday at the latest. If y'all need some entertainment in the meantime, absolutely go check Thelania out. She, as I said earlier, she streams Thursday through Sunday, starts around 11 my time. So, yeah. Check her out. She's amazing, and I know I said it, but I gotta embarrass her more. She is literally the reason I started streaming. So, if you enjoy this, thank her. You can be stinky and entertaining. So, that's going to be it for this week. Thank you for everybody for sticking around. Thank you so much, so very much for sticking around the extra time. I appreciate every minute of it. Ironically, yeah, if I had just taken another stream to do it, we would have finished it perfectly, but it was I would not have been able to stop. So, I'll see y'all next week. And actually, it was confirmed over Discord. I don't have a time for it yet, but I will post it up as well. I will be hosting for Serbian Badger and a bunch of her friends. I will be hosting Pokemon Jeopardy as a shitpost. So don't expect a real Jeopardy. I'll post information on that as it happens. Till then, I'll see y'all next time. And I actually forgot to set up my outro again. So I'm not sure when exactly that'll be. I do know it will be on the 20th. But I'm not sure of what time. I'll let you guys know as soon as I do. So, again, thank you everybody. Whether you've been here the whole time, whether you're just tuning in now, however long you were here, I appreciate every second your eyes are on my content. I do. I really do. So, have a good weekend, everybody. And as usual, as always, stay golden.
Remember, he loves team-based shooters. He